Good morning.
Morning.
It's a zoo over here this morning. All right. So how'd it go?
I failed.
I didn't expect you to score more than 59%, which is the national average.
I got a 61%.
There you go. You're already above the national average, like I thought. Yeah, your first, there's a whole lot of things that you're not going to remember, that the way it's presented to you and how the questions went. So let me start with, so first, well, do I have that? Yes, we do. Okay. So we can show you how you did compared to the rest of the world. All right. So this goes back to December 2nd. No, this is an older one. All right. Well, I will show you anyways. Here, let's pull it all the way over. And then the stats, since I've been covering this one. So here's where it's at. A high of 92, a low of 30. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah, I think I'm seeing something else though. I just see your iCloud notes.
Oh, wrong screen. All right. Let's go to the share and let's share desktop 2. And then where's my spreadsheet? There we go. Okay, so this is like, I keep like this big running list of folks here, but this one I haven't I'm missing, maybe I'm missing 2020, so I have another sheet that has the 2020 numbers in it, but it's not much because of COVID. So on this sheet, 1,656 students, a high of 92, a low of 30, and an average of 62, 63. All right. On this exact one, you're taking notes a little bit harder, but this is like sort of overall. And then what I do is I do the standard deviation. So if I take a high of 32, a low of 90, and I take 92 minus 30 divided by 6, I'll get 10 and a third. And there goes my standard deviation. What the standard deviation tells me really in this case is the fact that there's a wide scale. There's a 10-point scale on people based on their industry, on their, level of experience, how good they are taking tests, all this other stuff, is that anybody can be around a standard deviation of 10. And what this, again, to highlight this, when I go and teach this on site at a company where I'll teach 8 or 9 project managers who are all doing the same thing, working for the same company 4 or 5 years, I'll get a standard deviation of like 2 or 3. They'll all come within a few points of each other because the way they've understood project management and they're practicing it has all been the same. And then it reflects when it's time to, beside from the 1 or 2 really good test takers and the 1 or 2 not so good, it usually reflects on that sort of average. So the way I look at it is that if you score at least a 52, you are about 1 to 2 weeks away from passing the exam. If you score at least a 42, you're about 2 to 3 weeks from passing the exam. And if you score a 32, you're about 3 to 4 weeks from passing the exam. All right. Again, this person here took a Monday through Thursday class with me and finished on Friday, and took the exam on Monday. I've had several students in the 80s and 70s take their exam on Friday after taking my class Monday through Thursday. I never recommend that, but I had 4 people who've done it and they've all passed. I've had several people take it like the following week because they signed up for my class and they only had, once you apply for PMI and they give you the 1 year, they only had, but a couple weeks. So they took my class and had to go take the exam. I don't usually recommend that, but you're well within the range, so you're going to be just fine. And this is out of 1,656 students, so it gives you a good a good, estimation of where you're at compared to others.
Okay, thank
That help
goodness.
at least first?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just mark your score down so I can put it in my updated sheet later. So 61. PMP. How many breaks did you take?
Sorry, I was on mute. Like 4 breaks.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Is that too many?
No.
Okay.
How long did it take you to finish your exam?
3 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not too much. That means you had time for 30 more minutes of breaks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not if you don't need it, you don't need it. But I mean, so let me give you my experience. I took my boot camp through Project Management Academy, and that's who I was first subcontracted to teach. And I believe and took my class when I was subcontracting for PMA. And I had an instructor that was, very much monotone, boring. I struggled to stay awake. And outside of that boot camp, I read the PMBOK twice, and I took 14 practice exams. And it was taking me 3.5 hours to the full 4 hours to do the practice exams. And I needed to break 80, and I would get, I wanted to get 80 twice and then go take it. And I would get 68, 75, 78, 79, 83, and then 68 again. I'd be like, oh crap. And I take a bunch until I could break 80. And then I say, okay, do one more. And then I could never do that 80 back to back. Finally, because I was one of those people that I tried to self-study, I bought the Cornelius Fletcher piece, and I wasn't able to do it after 6 months. It just, I couldn't do 35 hours on my own, like just be, diligent enough. So I took a boot camp. And then outside that boot camp, I studied for what seemed like another 10 boot camps, right? Took 14 practice exams, read the PMBOK twice. And in that journey, I didn't realize this until afterwards. But there's something to how I teach this now, so that you don't have to go through that. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that while I was doing this, and it was taking me 4 hours to complete the exam, and I was barely, cracking a passing score. When I took my actual exam, the actual PMP exam, I finished it in a little over 2 hours, and I finished with I think a high score in almost all of them. And what it taught me is a couple things. One, that understanding the question structure and the format of the questions and how they're going to be asked was one of the biggest things. The second thing I realized is that, this exam has no bearing on whether or not I'm a good project manager. It literally is, do you know our material? And the third thing I realized is that, and this was after the fact, is that, well, once you get it, nobody cares that it took me 14 practice exams and, and read the PMBOK twice. Like, nobody cares how I scored in the different knowledge areas. Nobody cares how I scored in the different process groups. Nobody cares. And I realized that at the end of the day, there's sort of two things for this. There's one, there's passing the exam, and there's two, using this information for your practice. So when it comes to passing the exam, I want you to recognize that a lot of what we're going to go over right now is going to be rooted in question theory and multiple choice exam techniques, right? And stuff that you can use for any exam. Some of it's going to be, stuff like pick the longest answer. Well, that's not going to help me know anything about project management. That's fine. That's why you have the PMBOK guide. It's a guide. And as you practice, you'll implement some of this stuff and you'll learn it and as it goes along. So let me stop there and see if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So what exam number did you take? So now it's time to look at let me tie this back in. So now what I mean by this in terms of like, did you take breaks? And you took 4 breaks. Did you happen to know like when you took those breaks? Do you have a good idea of like around what question number or around what point of time you took those breaks?
I I took them like pretty spaced out evenly, but I think around question 140 was when I like checked my phone and ate something. So longer break
Okay,
around
so a
question
longer break
140.
there. Okay, so that is likely where your mental stamina lies at the moment, which is pretty high. Um, so at 140 questions, it was kind of like, okay, I'm over this. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote brain is mush.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. That's good. That's really strong. I told you about 80 to 120 on average, which really meant like 95 is what people get to, right? But I've seen some people get that far. Like getting the 140 before you sort of peter out is really, really good. So this is all good news. The idea is when we go and we look at your questions, you're gonna notice that at the moments that you took a break right before, you'll notice that your performance is likely poor, and then when you came back from the break, your performance was high, and it stayed high. And just before you took your next break, you got a lot of questions wrong. You came back, and then you got back into a groove. That's the standard way that most people operate. Then the other way is that you will start strong. The first half of your exam, you probably get 80-90% of the questions right, and then you finish weak. The last half of your exam, you only get 30-40% of the questions right. Some people are the opposite. This is a rare one, kind of like that start to finish relationship. There are some people who actually they suck in the beginning for whatever reason. They score very low the first 50, 60 questions. And the last 150 questions, they start to come on strong. And the last 100, for sure, they get a lot right. So I want you to take a peek at your exam right now and just look at your questions, just scan them and see like if you can tell any signs of that. Do you see where your mental stamina went out? Do you see where it came back? Is there any correlations with your breaks? There may not be, but take a moment right now and take a peek. And by the way, which exam number did you take? 1, 2, or 3?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
Yeah, I hold on. Let's see.
I think I needed to assign a specific exam to you if I wanted to do that. So let's see. I see you're here. Exam status. Why does it say still not started? Let's go here.
So I chose one, but it only had 100 questions. So I deleted that one, and then I think I started number 3, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. 1 second. Manage student. List of students. Okay. Are we in the same portal twice? Yes. I don't like when you guys do this to me. So let's log out. Here is what I want. Sign in. Oh, I see. Okay. 2 different logins. That's right. Okay. So grant access, grant access. I see you there. I've already granted you access there. So now let's come back to this portal. Yeah, you are active. Exam status. Oh, because I'm the one who does that. Okay. So in progress. And where is the examiner? Yikes, get out of okay. I need to use 2 different browsers because then I log in with my personal, and there we go. And then it keeps redirecting me to the business. Okay, so let's do it in another browser. Creative training. Here we go. Okay. All simulated exams. So number 3, and let's see if I can view the one you took. Class event, analytics. Users, Karen. Okay. Oh, and I'm not sharing my screen. Let's share my screen. Okay. So you probably can see this
Uh-huh.
for
I
yourself
can see it. Yep. Oh,
on your portal. Do you get to see like by which process group or by which knowledge area you're doing well?
are you in exam analytics?
Yes. I'm in reports and analytics.
Reports and analytics. Or just in the, like, what part of the
You may not have
dashboard?
this. You may not have this. I'm not sure what on your end what it, but if you do you
Yeah.
have report and analytics on your end?
No, it's, yeah, oh yeah, I see something called performance analytics, but I don't
Yes.
have report analytics.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Click your performance analytics.
Okay. Yeah, I see something like that.
Okay. So yeah, now as you take each exam, it'll keep your score so you can see here, okay, where you didn't do well. And right now you've been guessing on some of these. So like this data is not good enough. After you take 3 to 4 exams, you'll have data that shows you clearly. So like clearly by which process group. So like if after 3 or 4 exams it still looks like this, then it's like, okay, you got to focus a little bit more monitoring, controlling, just because monitoring, controlling, and planning. Because remember, the bulk of your questions come from here. 62% of your questions come from, from executing, monitoring, controlling. All right. So you're doing well here, which is great. This is 31%. And then 30% of your exams here. I want to say like 28% here. So that's 89%. And then the other 11% is split up between initiating and closing. Right. Because there's only 3 processes in these 2 process groups.
Mhm.
So this is how you use this. You go in, you see how you're doing by knowledge area, you see how you're doing by process group. And then what happens is after 3 or 4 exams, based on where you're scoring the lowest in, then you go back and you read those sections of the PMBOK. All right. So you took exam number 5. So let's go look at exam 5. Can I just click on this? No, I can't. When I'm in this view, then I probably need to go to 5 here. Let's view.
Meaning go back and read the PMBOK.
Yeah, so here, let me pull this up. Let me pull up the study guide. Let me do it the way I do it in class all the time. What did I call it? There we go. Okay, so, oops. And can I get a landscape? Oh, this is a PDF? No wonder. I don't want the PDF. There we go. Did I just close it when I did that? Good Lord, CJ, what are you doing? All right. Okay. So let's assume that everything you've done is your 32 hours now. All right. So we're here. This is where we would be. We are today on the second half of day 4, right? So you would have taken your exam the first half, you'd have gone to lunch, you'd have come back and then you take 20-30 minutes to go through your exam and look at all the questions that you want me to talk about, right? And so this is the point we're at now. Then the idea is that you need a day off. So, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I would prefer if you don't do anything with this, right? Don't look at any material. Obviously your brain's still going to churn, but give yourself a couple days off. All right. Don't look at it at all. Now let's just talk about it if you went Monday through Thursday. So then I always tell everybody Friday, do nothing. I send out all this information Friday at 5, because if I send it at the end of the day, Thursday, people are not going to listen to me, and I do work on Friday. So I give them all this information on Friday. And then on Saturday, I tell them, now take a practice exam. Okay, go take a practice exam Saturday and Sunday. All right, get up early, take a practice exam, practice your formulas, practice your processes, right? And so you'll take one there, you'll take one there. Then during the week, you'll spend 30 minutes reviewing your binder. So in this case, you have the PDF copy of the slides, which is what they get, but it's just in a binder, spiral bound, and they're able to make notes on it. So you have your notes, wherever they may be, whether electronic or physically written. And then each week, each day next week, let's say starting Tuesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, give yourself a day or two off. You want to spend 30 minutes reviewing your notes. So let's say you do that during lunch, Monday through Friday. And then you practice your formulas 3 times a day in your processes, meaning you wake up, and the first thing you do when you wake up, you're gonna take some sheets of paper and you're gonna print them out. You're gonna have them next to your nightstand. And before you go to bed, you're gonna write down as many processes as you can and as many formulas. I think you're already there from what you told me. And then when you wake up, you do the same thing, processes and formulas. And then sometime at lunch or during the day, you find another 10 minutes. 3 10-minute sessions is better than 1 30-minute session, right? And so if you do those 3 10-minute sessions plus another half hour reviewing your binder, that's a 1 hour commitment a day. And if you can do that for 5 days, there goes 5 hours. And then assuming it takes you the full 4 hours to do the exam and a half hour to review it with 10 3-minute sessions, that's a 5 hour commitment on Saturday and Sunday. Now, obviously, if it takes you less time to do the practice exam, that's less of a commitment. But the maximum commitment that I would ask of you is 15 hours a week, an hour a day during the week, 5 hours a day on the weekend. And now what happens is you take 32 hours of the class, you have a break, you take a mock exam on this day, on these 2 days, you study your binder going through the following week, and then you take a mock exam on the weekend again. Now what happens is you would have taken 1 in class and then 4 exams outside of class. And at this point, you now have data. You now have viable data that when you go back in and you look at your analytics and you say, okay, and you look at here and you say, I'm scoring very well in the role of project manager, but I'm not doing so well in the environment or the foundations. Or I'm scoring very well in execution, but I can use more help in initiating. After 5 exams, the one you did today and the 4 that you'll do outside, you will have data, because you would have wrong spot there. You would have, where'd it go? You would have now reviewed your binder. You'd have taken 1, the mock exam you did now. You would have taken 2 on the weekend, and then you would have reviewed your binder, which would give you more knowledge, right? You'd have taken these 2, you'd have got some wrong. You'd have been able to get some more right based on what you just would have learned from how to answer questions. And then you would go back and you would review your binder just during the week. In the course of doing work and that, some stuff would click. And then you go take 2 more exams. And now you have data that says, okay, instead of reviewing my binder for 30 minutes a day, let me go and just read a section of the PMBOK for a half hour. Let me review that area that I'm scoring low in, and let me read that section. And now I do that for a half hour a day plus my 3 10-minute sessions. Now, when you go take practice exams 5 and 6, that's where your scores shoot up, right? It's not linear. Like every time you take an exam, your score goes like this. It's sort of like it's holding steady, that 59 to 65. And then all of a sudden you get to 5 and 6 and it goes, whoop. And then same thing, the time to take your exam, like can be 0 to 4 hours. You're up here, taking your exam. It doesn't just go linearly. It holds steady. And then all of a sudden, when those scores shoot up, the time to take it shoots down. And so on a graph, you have this thing where you have these 2 pieces that are going here, and you have one coming down, one going up. And when they converge, right, looks like a little X, that's where you're ready. And that's where you can expect to score and finish on the actual exam. Let me stop there and see if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Okay. So for you, it's just a little altered because maybe you don't get a break. I don't know. I mean, you have enough time before January 2nd to take your exam. So maybe you take a break for a couple days, and maybe you start reviewing your binder, and maybe next Saturday and Sunday you take a practice exam. And then the following week, you review your binder again, you take 2 more practice exams, see where you're at. And if you need to adjust, then you read the PMBOK. But maybe for you, because our class has been spaced out and you've had more time to sort of think about it, it didn't get jammed in on you in 4 days. Maybe for you, you review your binder this week, you take 2 more practice exams next weekend. And if you're now into the 80s, well, regardless of where you're at, then maybe you go and you read the section of the PMBOK you're not scoring well in, and then you take 2 more practice exams. And for you, that would be 5, right? You'll have the one you did today, and then that'll be 5 practice exams. And at that point, if you're scoring well enough, you can just go schedule your exam. But if you feel like you need it, then you go back and read your areas of the PMBOK you're not scoring well in, and then go take practice exams. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I still should take the 5 practice exams? Or
I mean,
if I'm doing well after the next 2, I can schedule.
yeah, if you feel like if you take 2 more and you broke 80 confidently, then yeah, you can go schedule your exam. But remember, you took 1 today. 2 more exams is like just enough for you to get used to sitting down for a 200 question exam for 4 hours. So I would say 4.
Okay.
I would say like on you, because your next one, you're not likely to break 80. Your third, you might break 80, but that could be a fluke. So if you take a 4th and you break 80, yep, go take your exam. I will be confident enough for you to just go ahead and take the exam. The real exam.
Cool.
All right, so I will send you the study guide. Okay. And then what's next? So we have that. So now let me open up your exam and then let's go over the questions. So exam simulator, all simulated exams. Number 5, that's the details. Do I need to go to the other portal? I'm still learning how to do this both ways. Assign simulated exam. So I think I need to make myself a student real quick. Or the other way we can do it is you can share your screen and then we can just go directly to those. That's probably going to be the easier way for us. If you share your screen and then we go directly to those questions that you want to talk about, because then you can control it and it's not me sort of going back and forth. How does that sound? Okay.
Sure. I don't think I can share my screen.
Oh yeah, let's see. I need to. Oh, who can start when someone who can share? All panelists can share. Okay, and let me go to attendees. More. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now you should be able to share.
Okay, can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Should I go to?
Okay, so when you go to analytics, and then when you click, scroll down a little bit. And then, okay, so that's each of these. If you click a knowledge area or process group, do the questions pop up for you? No, they don't. There's no hyperlinks. Okay. So now can you go back to the exam that you've taken already?
There are results though.
Okay.
So this is by process group and knowledge area.
Okay. Keep scrolling down. And then number of questions in each of these. Okay, keep scrolling down. All the way. So it's just the same thing. And if you click any of those, do the questions pop up? Can you hover over the number of questions in the right column where it says total questions? No, you can't. Oh, man. Okay, scroll. No. Yeah, go to details. Oh, this is where it's at. Okay. Yeah. So for each one that you got wrong, or even ones that you got right, the way this is a little bit different than how we do it in class. I'm trying to think of what's the best way to do this. I mean, typically that's what it is. Like you would have spent time looking at the ones that you got right or the ones that you got wrong, and you would have looked at those questions. You're like, oh, I got this wrong. And then we would talk about it. So like, let's say this question: the project manager is proactively managing change through the scope control process. Which of the following should he be most worried about? And then you got value added changes, errors in omission, a risk response, or a verbal communication. And they show you that the right answer is D, and they give you the justification. So on here, sometimes you may not like the justification, or you may say, what's the secret? What's the trick? Or CJ, you didn't teach me this, or something like that, right? That's usually how it goes in the class. So that's kind of what the offer is here, is like, let's go through some of these questions and see, unless you just kind of feel like, well, no, it makes sense. I read it. It tells me what I got wrong, and I know it. This is really a question saying that, do you know that PMI says that you should document everything? You should be most worried about anything that someone just verbally communicated to you from a key stakeholder. Like you need to document that and put it in either a change log or in an assumptions log, or it needs to become a requirement. One of the three.
Okay.
Okay. So now we can, well, you got 123 right. We usually cover 100 questions. So that will leave us with 77 questions that you got wrong. Do you want to just look at each one that you got wrong?
Sure.
Okay. And so what I'll do is I will read this and as if I'm taking the exam, so that way you can see what my process is. That's what I want people to do. I want you to see how I answer the questions, how I attack it, and not necessarily what the right answer is, but how I get to the place of the right answer.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so you are a project management professional. You are managing a new project to add parking to the airport in your hometown. Your friend, the mayor, has asked you to estimate the time and resources required so that he can secure funding. You have divided the project into 3 tasks and interviewed relevant experts to get time and material estimates for each of the tasks. You have depicted the survey data in the table below. Which of the 3 tasks has the maximum variance? And so then the table below. So I'm going to assume that you saw a table that had the PERT of 28, a standard deviation of 5, variance of 3. Okay, and then task B, 61, standard deviation, variance, task C. And so they gave us 3. And the question says, which of the 3 tasks has the maximum variance? Variance is 64. Okay. And
I don't
what
think
did
there
you
was a
choose?
table.
Yeah, that's not a table.
I honestly don't remember seeing a table, so that's why I chose choice 4.
Okay.
Yeah, cannot
Looking at it
predetermine.
now, can you see like what you would have picked?
Yeah, I definitely would have like known what to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good. So I mean, this is a question you likely get right on the exam, just, a little hiccup in the presentation. Okay.
Okay.
So So you are managing a project to build a multi-story complex in your city. You are waiting for the clearance to start construction of a building. This is an example of what kind of dependency? An external, mandatory, discretionary, or internal. All right. And what'd you pick? Doesn't tell you what you picked though.
I think I picked internal dependency.
Okay. Because you're just waiting to start.
Yeah.
Do you see why it's external? Because if you're waiting for clearance, it's someone outside.
Now I do. Yeah. And I realized that I need to memorize the dependency types.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
The dependencies and the relationships. One of the things that can help you is that on the critical path for the exam, only for the exam, because this is not true in real life, right? But for the exam, critical path activities will only have a finish to start relationship and will only be mandatory. So any critical path activities will have a mandatory dependency on the activity prior to it, its predecessor, and it will have a finish to start relationship all the way through. Right. So they'll keep that very simple for you. But yeah, here they're trying to let you know that, all right, you don't need to wait to start the project. You could do it. It's not a mandatory dependency. It's just external.
Got it.
Okay. Anthony is working for Fiesta International. He is monitoring and recording results of assessing performance and recommending necessary changes. What does Anthony get from this exercise? Does he get the metrics? Does he get the plan? Does he get the measurements? Does he get the checklist? And as I look at this, I would say, well, if he's recording results, then he's not planning, because that's going to tell me how to record the results. And if he's recording results, that's not the metrics, because the metrics are going to be based on those results. So it's either 3 or 4. And then it's going to be, well, what do I get? The checklist would be the tool and the technique. So they're asking me for an output, so I could throw that out, and then I can narrow it down to 3. So I would have narrowed it down to 3 and 4, or to 1 and 3, because you could have said, well, 4 is a tool and a technique and is not an output, and they're asking me what I get. And then you would sort of default to 3 from sort of eliminating the fact that, well, the metrics wouldn't be the numbers. It's how we would sort of decipher the numbers, and a checklist wouldn't be the numbers either. It would be the tool that we would use to capture the numbers.
Okay. That makes sense. I chose plan.
Okay.
I need to think about plan being the how.
Yes.
Not remember, where you document things.
Mm-hmm. Got to keep that all, what do you call it in your mind? The golden circle. Do you remember the golden circle? With the why in the middle.
Oh, yes.
The how.
Yeah.
And the, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My husband watched that TED Talk.
Oh,
and
okay.
He really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's an Apple fanboy. So.
Okay. I'm getting there. Although they've disappointed me. I can't wait till Tuesday to go figure this thing out. Okay, so blank may include project success and deliverable acceptance criteria. So when I see deliverable and acceptance criteria, immediately I'm thinking we're either talking about a charter or we're talking about a scope statement, because that's where acceptance criteria would be, right? And then process to identify, escalate, and resolve issues that arise during the project. That's usually like a issue log. And then relationships among the project team, organizational groups, and external stakeholders, and a project and organization chart that identifies project roles. Okay, they are asking me about governance. They're asking me about like all these things that make sure that the project, is gonna happen in the way that it should be. All right, do we have documentation that gives people parameters, that has policies and procedures? And all of that may include project success. Yeah, project governance. What'd you pick here?
An initiation.
Yeah, that's the questions designed to get you to pick that, because we first started talking about success and deliverables, and it's like, oh, scope statement or charter, and then process to identify, escalate, and resolve issues. I was thinking the plan there, and then relationship among the team, project management plan. And so all of that is within governance. Now I know we didn't specifically talk about governance per se. We talked about change and configuration management, but PMI doesn't have like a plan governance or anything like that. But that's what you'll see. Anytime you see questions that talk about the rules and regulations of your project, then it's governance.
Okay.
The sponsor of Crystal Project believes in SMART goals for evaluating the objectives or goals of a project. Which of the following is not included in SMART? So you'll just memorize that SMART is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely.
Mhm.
Oh, there it goes for you. Yep.
Yeah, I just forgot.
Yeah, so that's fine. These are okay. So Victoria is the project manager in the Public Works Department, which awards contracts for construction roads. Before selecting the sellers, she must advertise in local newspapers. This is an example of a best practice, a mandatory dependency, discretionary dependency, external dependency. Okay, so question theory says that one thing is separate from the other three. The other three are like dependencies, and one of them's not. So I need to prove or disprove A, because it's either A or it's one of the B, C, or D. And so if they're telling me it's something I must do, then it's not a best practice. It's not a suggestion. So I can throw A out, and now it's between B, C, and D. So that's the first thing I want you to recognize about that question. When you see that, question theory immediately tells you that it's either A or it's one of the other three. All right. So now that we know it's not A, it's either going to be mandatory, discretionary, or external. And if I must do this, then it's not discretionary. So now it's down between B and D. And, you know, in this case, I would be inclined to pick mandatory because there's nothing that tells me that like some outside jurisdiction is waiting on me or there's some laws or something. It's just telling me that I must do this. So on face value, I'll take it. Okay, this must be mandatory.
I see.
Yeah, the way, so that one could definitely been an external dependency, but it would have said something like, you know, you're waiting on an inspector, or, you know, you filed some documents or something like that. And that lets you know, okay, this is external to what we're doing. Team members were assigned in advance to Lauren's project. In this context, which of the following cannot be a reason for this pre-assignment? So specific people were promised, the project was dependent, staff assignments were defined, suitable people volunteered. Do you see what I just did there?
No.
Okay.
I didn't catch that.
So when I'm reading the question, I see instead of reading specific people were promised as part of a competitive proposal, I see specific people were promised. The project was dependent in number 2.
Oh, I
Staff
see.
assignments were defined. Suitable people volunteered. That's really what the answers are. All the other stuff is like noise.
Okay.
So when you're taking the exam, you want to be able to break down when you break down the question and you see the A, B, C, and D, you want to be able to say, okay, what are they really doing without the noise? So either specific people were promised, the project was dependent, staff assignments were defined, or suitable people volunteered. And that's probably not a reason for pre-assignment, just because someone volunteered. Because if I volunteer to do something, but I'm not a data scientist, well, a good PM's not going to pick me, right? So that's kind of the idea there. Which one did you choose? It's hard. This one's not recording like your wrong answers.
Yeah.
Oh, it is on the side. This is question 19, and you chose A. You see that there?
Here? Oh, okay.
So it's a 1 and a 4 because for international reasons, right? Because I don't just teach this in the US. So outside of the US, they don't do A, B, C, or D. They do 1, 2, 3, or 4. So
I see.
yeah. So I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem.
But yeah, so you chose A. So that's where you see in column. If you close this,
yeah,
the first column is the question number. The second one's the choice you chose. The third one is the correct choice. The fourth one tells you if you got it right or wrong, right? And then you get the process group, the knowledge area, and then the specific process itself.
Okay.
So that'll help you too when you're studying, that you see, man, I keep getting questions wrong for plan, risk, response, or develop schedule. Okay, so AVA is in the process of performing develop schedule process to determine planned start and finish dates for project activities. Which of the following inputs will be helpful in this process? So an activity list, the attributes, and schedule data. So this is a hard question because this is one. So PMI will ask you a question just like this, and they'll turn around and word it and say, all of the following except which are inputs to develop schedule. Right? Excuse me, are inputs to develop schedule. So what do you need? Do I need an activity list with their attributes and data? Do I need the attributes, the scope statement activity list, a calendar with changes in data, work performance information, schedule baseline, and work performance reports? All right. So if you didn't know the answer to this question, the first thing you would ask is, okay, if I'm developing the schedule, hold on real quick.
Okay.
You know what you got coming for you if you decide to have another one. All right. Okay.
Sorry, I just got back.
Well, because I don't know if you hear all that noise in the background. I'm like, you know what you got coming for you if you decide to have number two.
Oh no.
Yes. And the
Are
funny
they
thing
bickering?
is like, no, that's fun out there. They're having fun.
Oh.
But the screams are like, that's what he sounds like when something bad is happening. So it's like, you can't scream the same way in pain that you're doing fun, right? You gotta have some different octaves or something. Okay. So this is one of those questions that, when you go through and you look, choice 1 and choice 3 both have schedule data in it. So it either must be one of these two or it's neither. All right. So I want you to learn that about question theory. I see activity lists, attributes, and schedule data. Then I see calendar, requested changes, and schedule data. So more than likely, because project calendar, requested changes, activity lists, and activity attributes are much different to each other, more than likely 1 and 3 are not right. Just from looking at that, right? Without even knowing the right answer, if I look at this question, look at the 4 choices, and I get scheduled data there twice, but the first 2 are really, really different, I'm like, it's probably not 1 or 3. So now I look at 2 and I see activity attributes, a scope statement, activity list, and I look at 4, work performance information, schedule baseline, and performance reports. Then I can say to myself, well, I wouldn't get work performance information unless I was monitoring and controlling. Right. So I can throw 4 out because I'm in developed schedule. And then it would be then at that point, if I've already eliminated 1 and 3, then I can just default to 2 without knowing that 2 was the answer. The other way in this question that you can figure this out is that schedule data about the schedule, that's an output when you develop the schedule. You only get data about the schedule once it's been developed. So if you're developing the schedule, there's no way that you could get data. There's no way you could use data for an input because it doesn't exist yet. Now that's just like, you would just have to know the tools and techniques. I don't want anyone memorizing tools and techniques, right? I don't want you to do that. But I do want you to recognize that in choice 3, it said requested changes. That would go through change control. So if I'm developing my schedule, nobody's coming to me with a change that I need to take into account.
Right.
So some of this is just like kind of like talking yourself into the answer, or talking, the wrong answers out the way.
I see. Yeah, I don't think I took my time really. So I'm gonna practice that part of it.
Your company has bagged a number of government contracts dealing with setting up infrastructure. This includes setting up roads and bridges. This is, well, actually, the way I would do this first is I would have went down and said, you agree with the expert and plan the schedule accordingly. What strategy did you just apply? So I agree with an expert. I'm accepting. Am I exploiting? Am I mitigating? Am I transferring? So since I can't answer it just from looking at that, now I got to go back. My company has backed a number of government contracts dealing with setting up infrastructure. This includes setting up roads and bridges. This is a very big and prestigious project, so your company would like to ensure everything is planned well in advance. You are the project manager of this project. Considering its importance, you and your team come up with a list of risks. One of the subject matter experts indicates that during the months of July and August, the construction work of the bridge across the river would need to stop on the account of past history of flooding of the river. You agree with the expert and plan the schedule accordingly. So what strategy did you just apply? So now I recognize, okay, they're asking me about a threat, the threat of the river flooding. And it says that I agreed with the expert and I just said, okay, I am going to, in the plan, we're going to pause the work because of flooding. That means that we're not transferring it to anybody. They didn't talk about us introducing a third party. Mitigate says that we would take some action or some activity to minimize the probability and or impact. It doesn't say we're going to keep the waters from flooding or that we're going to build something to, divert the water away. So we're not doing that. Exploit is for an opportunity, and this is a threat. So therefore, the choice must be A. It must be number one.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, the other way to look at it is, well, they didn't passively or actively accept. It didn't say that he put money aside or that he put it on a watch list, but he is accepting the fact that this is going to happen, and they're just going to stop their work. So they're accepting that this is a risk.
Okay. I chose mitigate.
So remember, mitigation says that you must take some action or activity.
Right,
I know it sounds
right.
like, oh, well, the action we took was to not do any work. And it's like, well, no, that means that you accepted the risk. In order to mitigate that risk, that threat of the flood, you either need to build your bridge somewhere else, or you need to divert the water. You need to do something, right, to prevent the
Right.
flooding.
Right.
All right, so you create a project charter that formally authorizes a project or phase, and the document's initial requirements that satisfy the stakeholders' needs and expectations. In this context, which of the following will not be included in the project charter? Assumptions, high-level requirements, assigned PM, responsibility and authority level, measurable project objectives, and related success criteria. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I would have selected choice 4 now looking at this.
Yeah, sometimes it's just that it's the first, and this will happen the next 2 to 3 exams. That's what I'm telling you. It takes a few, because in the beginning, not only are you guessing on some, but then on others, you're kind of going fast, and you haven't learned how to take this exam yet, I guess is what I'm really trying to say. You will learn how to take the exam by taking it 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
Minimum, at least. All right. So you get this one. There's really nothing else here other than it said in this context, which is the following would not be included in the charter. However, you could have just read that last sentence first, and you'll recognize that in the charter, when we initiate the project, the output is a charter and an assumptions log. So therefore, the assumptions would not be included in the charter; they will be in the log. That's just another way to look at that too.
I see. Okay. Tricky. Yeah, I didn't do very well on the early material we covered because I guess I forgot.
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
So you had an engineering department. You had the engineering department in your company. Lately, you observed that certain deliveries are missing the schedule. On closer scrutiny, you observed this to be occurring with a specific team member. You decide to discuss it out with the team member. Initially, the team member is reluctant to discuss, but finally opens up and indicates that the cause of delays is often different instructions coming in from you as well as the project manager. She indicates that at such time she is confused related to whose instructions to follow, thereby causing delays. What kind of organizational structure is this most likely to be? Yeah, and this would have been hard. So in a weak matrix, the engineering department manager would have the most clout over a project manager, by the way. And then the projectized, the project manager, excuse me, in a functional organization, the engineering manager would have had the most clout. In a projectized organization, the PM would have had the most doubt, most clout, so most power, if you will, authority. So we can throw 1 and 2 out, and we're left with 3 and 4. And when you do that, and you're not sure what the right answer is, what should you do?
Pick the longest answer, but they're
Yes,
both
you
2
should.
words.
Yes, even though it's 2 words, balanced matrix is longer than weak matrix. I'm just telling you, like, this is just a strategy that will work.
Okay.
Narrow down to a 50-50. Look, if you could narrow down the entire exam, all 200 questions to a 50-50, and you actually just pick the longest answer, you probably would still pass the exam without even knowing like any of the answers. If you could know what it's not, but you weren't sure between the two, and you just picked the longest one, you would probably still pass the exam, because 70 to 80% of the time, the longest answer is going to be the right one.
Okay.
Weird, but it's also going to be wrong 20 to 30% of the time, right? So it's not a sure thing, but it's a pretty high percentage.
Okay. Good to know. Which one was it?
Okay, Fiona is an engineer for a satellite technology company called Radar Comet. She's been assigned to the project team, where she will be working side by side with a geospatial technician, a signals operator, and a project manager. This way, the project team is structured. The way this project team is structured is an example of what organization type? It's an example of an organic organizational type, because the project team works side by side in a flexible group arrangement, and the project manager has little or no authority. This is an example of a functional organization type, because the project team works side by side in a flexible group arrangement, and the project manager has little or no authority. This is an example of a multi-division organizational type, because the project manager works side by side and the project little or no authority. Of a hybrid. So I see 4 little to no authority. So then those don't matter. I see flexible group 4 times. So then that statement doesn't matter. So I'm either in an organic, a functional, multi-divisional, or a hybrid. And it says that Fiona's an engineer, and she's been assigned to a team where she's going to work side by side with a tech, an operator, and a PM. So is that hybrid, multi-divisional, functional, or organic? I would fail this. I wouldn't answer this question right, because I would say, well, I don't remember an organic organization. I would say functional, multi-divisional, hybrid. I probably would have picked 4. I would have picked hybrid. So I probably would have got this answer wrong. I don't
Yeah,
have a
I
way
picked
to tell
4.
you how to answer this question. This is one of those that, like, you just have to know that this meant organic, and I don't know how. There's probably
Yeah,
something I
because
could have done a better job of teaching you this. Let me see.
this wasn't on the slide with the weak balanced strong matrix. But I did see this in the PMBOK.
Yeah, there is an
Like,
organic.
yeah, like the environment, like before the PMBOK gets into the processes. So this is like the very beginning, which I
Right. It's page 47. PMO. Wow. Okay. So for version 6, I need to update, because I'm still looking at functional multi-division, may replicate functions for each of the divisions. We look at functional, the 3 matrices, and the project oriented, because your questions on exam usually come from those questions the most. Functional. You can't see what I'm showing here, what I'm looking at, but this is in page 46. Let me see. If you have your electronic version of the PMBOK and you open it up to page 47, that's what you'll see that chart there. And yeah, you can study that chart and it'll help you. But that's also low on the totem pole of things that you need to know, right? So The organic, I mean, yeah, this is a good one. This is why I switched it. Their questions are a little bit harder than others. So I like PM Aspire for this. Okay. So the stakeholder has earlier also tried to bother you with unreasonable demands at the last days of release. What is the best you can do in this situation? Report his behavior. As this person is influential, you have no option. Determine the impact of this change. Ask him to raise a written change request. Immediately from PMI, like, you'll learn to do this. And I don't know if you saw, if you understood what I just did. I read the last sentence, the last two sentences. Unreasonable demands at the last day of the release. And then in choice one, rather than reading the whole response, it's either I'm going to report his behavior. As this person is influential, I have no option. Determine the impact of the change, or ask him to raise a written change request form. And if I'm being bothered, I would likely ask him to raise a written change request form. That way, I'm not going to tell you no, but I'm not going to tell you yes. Please, provide a change request so we can go analyze the impacts and then, put it through to the CCB. So this is sort of two-part. This question asks two parts to it. It's one, do you know the change processes? Do you know our 8 steps? This is where we say prevent the change, identify the change with root cause, analyze the impact, issue the request, update, get CCB approval, update your documents, get buy-in, and then, direct and manage the team according to the new plan. If you know those 8 steps, then you know that, okay, this person's coming to you, and you'll pick the right one.
Okay. Yes, I remember now. Is that this one? Yeah.
Okay, so let me go to, this one has an A, B, C, and D. I got to read the whole thing. All right, as a project management professional, there are lots of issues to be handled during a project. Which of the following statements about control quality is accurate? Prevention refers to keeping errors out the process, whereas inspection refers to keeping errors out the hands of the customer. That's true. Attribute sampling determines whether the result conforms or not, and variable sampling determines the degree of conformity. So that's opposite. Attribute sampling would determine the degree of conformity, whereas no, that's true. Actually, B is actually correct. Attribute sampling determines whether the result conforms or not, and the variable sampling determines the degree of conformity. So the variable does determine the degree of conformity. Attribute sampling doesn't determine whether the result conforms. It determines whether the sample. So I see what they did there, and that's where B is out. And then, well, no, I'm still, no, that has to be right. Because and then C, tolerances refer to a specified range, yes, of acceptable results, and controls limit to the thresholds. That's true, which can indicate whether the process is out of control. And then D, control quality is only performed during the monitoring controlling phase of a project. Well, remember, PMI is never going to say only, always, shall, must. There's going to be very few times where they're going to have an answer where like we had a question earlier that talked about but the project manager must wait for approval before they can build the building, and that's how we knew it was an external dependency. So PMI like rarely uses those types of language. So when you see something like that, you know that it's wrong. Like, PMI is not going to say that you must do something. The question said you must do something, and so that's what let us know that it was an external dependency. However, PMI is not going to say that you must or shall or always. So the fact that I have D that says quality control is only performed during the monitor controlling phase of the project, nope, that's wrong. And therefore, I can throw out 2, 3, and 4 and default to 1.
Okay.
So again, you could answer that question just from knowing, right? Like as I go through and I ask myself, but the approach to the question would be, well, they said only, and PMI is not going to say that, and it's in those 3, so I'm going to throw it out.
Right.
Peter is a project manager working for FT Company. His company is constructing a dam, and his project, being performed under an agreement, mandates that he pays compensation to persons displaced because of the project. What kind of constraint is this? Legal, social, environmental, humanitarian. And they gave you the clue because it's being performed under an agreement. That's a legal document. That's the contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's
Now,
straightforward.
one of the ways that they can make this more difficult is just simply asking you, is if I said, is this mandatory dependency? This is a mandatory, a discretionary, an internal, or an external dependency? What would you tell me?
What were the choices? Mandatory, external?
Mandatory or discretionary, internal or external?
Discretionary.
Why?
Is that the compliance one?
Discretionary is kind of like I put my pants, then my socks on, but you put your socks on, then put your pants on.
Oh, okay.
Would it be mandatory? Is it mandatory that we pay compensation to
Yes.
people?
Yeah.
Why is it mandatory?
It's under an agreement and it says mandates.
Well, because it's under agreement, right?
Okay.
Contractually obliged, then that's a mandatory dependency. If it was because we were doing this project in a locale, like, okay, when you do any projects in the city and county of San Francisco, they require that 30 to 40% of your workforce comes from the city and county of San Francisco. That will be an external dependency, right? But in this case, in the contract, it says that he has to pay compensation to people displaced. That's mandatory because it's contractually obliged, right? Now, on the PMP exam, if they use the word mandate in the question, oh, you probably better like scrutinize it because they're going to go out of their way to not use the word mandatory or mandates or anything like that if that's what the answer is.
Got it.
So in this sense, it was legal. So it's like mandates is okay. But if it was mandatory, discretionary, internal, and external for the four choices, I would be skeptical. I probably would still choose mandatory because it said under agreement, but I would be skeptical because like, oh, what? They use the word mandate? That's not how PMI does. It's not their style. So knowing that also helps you to answer questions too, where it's like if they use a term in the question and then in the A, B, C, or D, you see that same term, you can be skeptical and say, that's probably not the right one. It's just another hint for you in terms of question theory.
Got it.
Luna is busy with her new project along with her team. Her team must regularly hire a group of British engineers to test her product. She is unsure how much she will need the engineers, but she does know that the engineers are all located in the UK, charge a regular rate, and need to be paid in British pounds. What kind of cost is this? Is this indirect, direct, fixed, or variable? I don't remember covering this with you for some reason. Did we cover this? Do you remember covering this? I don't.
No.
Okay, so
It's variable. Okay.
it's variable, but do you know the difference between those four types of costs? So a direct cost would be something that's directly attributable to the product. So
oh yeah, and then indirect is like electricity or something.
yeah.
Okay.
And they can be two. So electricity would be an indirect cost, and then is that fixed or variable?
Fixed.
Why?
Oh no, it's variable because it depends on how much you use.
Correct. So if I have two employees, one is salaried, one is hourly, my salaried employee, is he or she a fixed or a variable cost?
Fixed.
And then my hourly employee?
Variable.
There it goes. So that's how you know fixed versus variable, but that's just one half of it. And then if each of those people are actually, so for instance, for PMI, I'm going to assume you're salaried. You are a fixed indirect cost for your team, right? Because some people will say, well, project management is not a function of the work, it's indirect, right? Other companies will say you are a fixed direct cost. Without you, we will not be able to implement our product into our customer's environment, right? Along with the other engineers and folks that do what they need to do. So direct and indirect can be subjective when it comes to certain types of labor. But for the most part, the exam's they usually don't try to trick you on that. They're going to be they're just going to say, hey, this person's making the product that's being sold to the customer. Or this person is testing the product that's being sold to the customer. Right? They're going to give you some way to know that it's either direct or indirect or fixed and variable. They're not going to try to trick you. But just know that each type of cost can have two answers.
Okay. So this is variable because of the like exchange rate, right?
No. It is variable, but it's not variable because of the exchange rate. It's variable because it's in the second line. First sentence in the second line. So the third sentence, really. See, she is unsure how much she will need the engineers. I don't know if I need them for 20 hours or 30 hours. So this is going to be a variable cost.
I see.
Right? So
I think
I'm just going to, they all charge a regular rate. So I know what your hourly rate is, and I know you need to pay you in pounds. So all that was designed to make you sound like it's fixed. They're in the UK, they charge a regular rate, and they need to be paid in pounds. Like that's set, right? Okay, great, right? But that's not a fixed cost because I don't know how much I need you for. So I'm just going to pay you by the hour.
Okay, and why wasn't direct the correct choice? Oh, what kind of why wasn't direct?
Well,
accepted?
because in order for it to be direct, it would need to say direct variable or indirect variable. So like we could make this question harder by saying, okay, 1 would be indirect variable, 2 would be direct variable, 3 would be indirect fixed, and 4 would be direct fixed. And now you got to choose, the combination of direct, indirect, variable, or fixed.
Okay, but isn't this a direct cost though?
It could be. They didn't give us any information in there. It tells us that we need to hire engineers, but it didn't tell us. Well, it says engineers to test our product, right? So in that case, yeah, it would be a direct cost, but it doesn't give us enough information. So they're testing it, but so what? Like, are they testing it because we want to have an outside company test it? Or we just want someone to audit our products? Did we already test it internally? The question didn't give us any of that information. So it's kind of fuzzy to say whether it's direct or not. But we know for sure it's variable because it's going to be hourly, right?
Yeah, I see.
And a lot of times this question from PMI, because direct is actually a correct answer as well. Instead of it saying what kind of cost is this, they'll say, what is the best choice for this type of cost? And now, when you see a question like that, that you have more than one right answer. You need to pick the best one. So that's what this question would likely read on the exam. What is the best kind? What example below is best for this type of cost? And now you got more than one right one. You got to choose the best. All right. So on this one, okay.
Where am I? Okay.
All right, so this one, I would read the last. He decides to make use of contingency reserves, but a senior manager advises him to make use of the management reserves. What is the correct option? Okay, so I got to read. Jacob is responsible for the complete makeover of a shopping mall, which includes civil work and painting. After going through the details, he has come up with the cost estimates, which has been approved to arrive at the cost baseline. Work is now in progress, and he and senior management are happy with the work throughput. Suddenly, it realizes the ceiling repair work was not factored in the estimates, though it was very much a part of the scope. He decides to make use of contingency reserves, but a senior manager advises him to make use of the management reserves. What is the correct option? Both reserves can be used. Make use of management reserves, make use of contingency reserves, none of the above. Okay, so known unknowns and unknown unknowns. A known unknown is what type of reserve?
Management reserve.
It's a contingency. It's a known unknown is a contingency.
Known unknown. Oh, okay. Yes.
I know that we have to do this. I just don't know how long it will take, how much it will cost. The unknown unknowns That's the management reserves. Like, I didn't know that we were going to have to paint the ceiling, and I didn't know, and I certainly don't know how much it's going to cost, and how much labor it's going to take. Therefore, we got to use management reserves, because all the stuff that we could foresee, we took that into account in our contingency reserves. If we go and blow this for this ceiling, we're not going to have any reserves left for the stuff that we know that we don't know.
But it was part of the scope, right? It was known.
Well, it didn't say it was known. It just said it's part of the scope.
Okay.
So that's kind of like, here's the example in your world. Your client, the client asked for the financial software to be implemented. You guys probably have like a standard package of like a user, a read-only, a management, right? They do that, and then all of a sudden they come back and say, "Hey, I thought you guys were gonna have a super user for us, or I thought you were gonna have a read-only management option." And you're like, "Well," and you're like, "Yeah, that's part of the project. I told the sales associate, but the sales associate didn't tell you." And so now this is on your company. You still have to deliver and make your word good. So now management have to go back. You have to go back to the salesperson, and they go back, "Oh crap, yeah, I missed that." And then in that case, that's where the management reserves kicks in. It's like, this is coming out of your commission, or we're still going to do this for this customer. We're not going to make them pay for it, but somebody's got to pay. Management reserves will come out of that, because they can't take your contingency reserves, because what if you implement it into the wrong environment, or you make a mistake, something like that. You got to have contingency reserves to be able to fix that. So here's another way to say that is, rather than forcing your current team members to do that, I'm assuming your company would either grant more hours to your team members, or would grant you an additional body to come on and build out that additional use case.
Got it. Okay.
And so in that case, that would be the management reserves. It wouldn't have been like, you couldn't have known that you didn't know that, you were supposed to have a second type of, read-only management option, right? You couldn't have known that. So.
Okay. That makes sense.
You have completed the managed communication process and are now in a position to make the required information available to project stakeholders in a timely manner. Which of the following is not an output from managed communications? So project records, project reports and presentations, stakeholder notifications, performance reports. If you got this wrong, you probably chose 4. What number is this? 49? No, you chose 1. Well, all of those. Okay, so the reason why it's not a performance report, do you know where the work performance report comes from? There's only one place. Remember, data becomes information, information becomes a report, and then that report becomes a project communications, of which communications could include notifications about stakeholders, could include reports and presentations, could include records on the project. But there's only one place where we get a performance report, and that is monitor and control project work. Do you remember that?
Is it the first one? Like,
We do in the monitoring controlling process group. Yep.
okay.
So we direct and manage a team, and they produce deliverables and data. That data becomes an input to perform integrated change control, validate scope, control schedule, control cost, control quality, control resources, communication, risk, and stakeholder engagement. Data becomes an input to all of those, and the output of all of those becomes work performance information. That work performance information from all of those processes becomes an input to monitor and control project work, and the output is a performance report, a work performance report. And then that performance report becomes an input to manage communications, which is the process we're talking about now. And then the output is going to be project communications. The performance, this question is really asking you, do you know that performance reports only come from the monitoring controlling process group, specifically the process monitor and control project work?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this question is really asking.
I see. Okay. That makes sense. Because These don't ring a bell at all. So
Yeah,
that's why I selected the
and
first
it makes
one.
sense. They don't ring a bell because you don't have to memorize them anymore, because PMI now just says that we send out project communications. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's kind of like it's kind of, there's a big jealousy factor when I teach this now, because I'm like, damn, we had to memorize all these things. It wouldn't have been nice if we would have just had data gathering, data representation, right? Data analysis, instead of making me memorize all this other stuff, or know it at least. So yeah, you don't have to memorize that records, reports, and presentations or stakeholder notifications are project communications, but do recognize that a performance report is not a communication. It is what it is. It's just a report.
Okay.
A report that's sitting in a folder on your laptop, waiting to be sent out as a project communication. Okay. Sheik, if I'm saying that right, Sheik is a project manager for an IT technology implementation project. Your job. He is using an Ishikawa diagram to figure out what could cause potential risk on his project. Which process is he doing? So is he identifying risk? Is he qualifying risk? Is he testing it, inspecting, or is he responding to a risk? So if he's using a diagram to figure out what could cause the risk, he's not planning a response. We could throw 4 out. And if he's excuse me, if he's figuring out what could go wrong, he's not testing or inspecting, so we could throw 3 out. And now you would be down between 1 and 2. And if you didn't know what the answer is, you would pick the longest one, which would be choice 2, and you would be wrong. Which is okay, because you'd be right 7 out of 10 times. This would be one of the three times that you're wrong. And then for risk identification, we'll use fishbone diagrams to find out the root cause. So why am I having headaches all the time? And we do a fishbone diagram and figure out, oh, there's some other thing that's happening to your body that you're at risk for, and the migraines and the headaches are just a symptom. So go fix that. Go fix the root cause of the migraines. Don't just take the medicine, and then you can solve the underlying risk, the underlying health risk that you have. All right. So that's kind of the idea of using a fishbone diagram.
I see. I don't know why I didn't choose 1. It seems
I have a
straightforward. Okay.
guess. 72 seconds per question, and 72 seconds is a long time. So we just didn't take our time.
Yeah, probably.
That's what it is. Listen, you finished with a half hour and you took some long breaks. So
Yeah.
that tells you don't need to take the full 4 hours, but that tells you that, I mean, heck, if there's 50 questions that you could have spent another 30 seconds on, that's only 25 minutes that would have been added. You still would have had 5 minutes to spare. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say 100 questions that you took 15 more seconds on, which is probably more accurate, you still would have 5 minutes to spare. So that's kind of the idea. Take an extra 15 seconds. It's not going to hurt you.
Yeah. The time taken here, it says 3 hours and 17 minutes. That doesn't include the time I took to write down the processes and formulas.
How long did that take you, by the way?
That took me 22 minutes.
Okay, you'll get faster at that.
Okay.
You got them all down. Get that down to 15, and theoretically, I'd love for you to get that under 10.
Okay.
Nine minutes is what I want you to shoot for. But at the worst, 12 minutes is the worst you should be doing for this. I tell people, 10 to 15 is kind of like what the average, like the industry, like what's being said out there in different courses. I'm going to tell you it's more like 9 to 12. Like, you don't want to spend more. You don't want to spend a full 15 minutes, because those 3 minutes, that's another 2 questions that you can take.
Yeah. And I realize I don't need to write out the whole thing too.
Some of it's already in your head. Maybe the processes you don't, and you don't. And when you write it out, you don't have to write it out in the matrix format as well. So let me help you with that too. You can just have, imagine if you had a sheet of scratch paper and you just drew a line down the middle, and in one column you wrote all of the processes, and the other column you wrote all of the formulas. So if you write your processes, you would literally write develop charter, identify stakeholders, and you draw a little line under it. And then you do develop project management plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, break down the work, so on and so forth, to plan stakeholder engagement, and you draw a little line. And then direct and manage a team, manage project knowledge, perform quality assurance, all the way down to manage stakeholder engagement, draw a line, right? And then if you do that, you would have a one row of, what is it, 52 processes now, or is it 49?
49, yeah.
49. We're going to 52 next. So 49 processes. So, I mean, you'd be able to write 49 in the column and write all of your other formulas in the column. And then when you get good enough, you could probably cut your sheet in half and then cut that in half and then write your processes in a quarter of the space and your formulas another quarter. But I tell people half is good, write big so you can see it. You want to be able to see it in your eyes. You don't want to be searching your notes. It shouldn't take you 20 seconds to find something in your notes. You should be able to look your eyes and within 5 seconds find your answer. They will give you more scratch paper at the exam. Okay. And here's also my advice. Write this down. If you get scratch paper that's numbered, like number 1 and number 2, do your brain dump on sheet 2. Because if you want to get sheet 3, you got to give sheet 1. And if you want to get sheet 4, you got to give sheet 2, so on and so forth. Usually 3 sheets is enough. So if you write formulas and processes on one side, you got the back of that, you got the front and back of another. You give up page 1, you get page 3, you keep page 2, you still have the front and back of that and the back of the other one. That's usually plenty of scratch paper.
Wait, why wouldn't we write on sheet 1?
Because in order to get sheet 3, you got to give up sheet 1.
And that's blank?
Yeah, they'll give you. So again, I'm giving you my Prometric experience, and I know that PMI has moved over to Pearson, but most companies that are in the business of proctoring exams do things the same way. So it's very common for Prometric for you to go in, and when they give you sheets of scratch paper, they're blank, but it's as a number at the bottom right, 1 and a 2. Mm-hmm. You're only allowed to have 2 sheets of scratch paper at any given moment.
Oh, now, I see.
If I want to get 2 more, I can give 2 up, but I could just give 1. So I could give them sheet 1 to get sheet 3. And then I did my brain dump on sheet 2, and I get to keep sheet 2. Right? Now you can't get sheet 4 until you give up sheet 2. So what I'm telling you is that usually 3 sheets of scratch paper is plenty. You have the front and back of sheet 1. You have the front and back of sheet 2, but you're going to write your process and your formulas on the front. So you got the back of that. So you got the front and back. You basically have 3 sheets of paper, the front and back of 1 and the back of 2. And then if you need to give up 1, get 3, and you got the front and back of 3.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Yeah, because some people will do their brain dump on sheet 1, and then they need another sheet of scratch paper, but now they got to give up sheet 1 to get sheet 3. So that's kind of just another little trick in order for you to hold on to your material as long as you can.
Okay, that's a good one.
Now, if they give you the booklet, you're sort of screwed because you got to give up a booklet to get a booklet. But if they give you the booklet, it's 2 sheets of the legal paper, 8.5 by 16, and then it's folded. So it's a booklet. So now it's 4 sheets of scratch paper, 4 8 by 8 sheets, if you will. And so in that sense, that's plenty. You got front and back of 4 different sheets of paper. That's plenty. You should be okay.
Okay.
All right. So James is a project manager for his organization, and he's been working on drafting the project charter. In this case, James needs to define who will use the project charter since he's the person writing it. Who issues the project charter? Yeah. And
wait, one, I got this one right. Sorry.
I was going to say you should.
53, 52. Okay.
54?
52.
Yeah, 54. 52?
Oh, 54. I wish I could move this box.
Yeah, I know that. I'm noticing that the experience here. I've only been using their system for several months. So I haven't had any complaints, but we do it in person. And then when people go home, I don't see, what you guys are looking at.
Yeah.
So this is a good opportunity for me to actually see on your end.
Yeah, maybe you can issue a change request.
I might.
Yeah, I'm one of their... You can't copy and paste either. You can't select anything when you click and drag.
That's good to know. Okay, maybe there's something I need to turn on for you. So there's no copy paste from the pop-up window. Yeah, I get your screenshot. It's a lot of work. Okay. When you're taking the exam though, each question looks like this. Is it a pop-up like this?
No, it's not a pop-up. It's just on screen.
So you could Oh, you couldn't even do that. I was gonna say theoretically you could, copy paste from the exam, but that, who wants to do that while they're taking their exam?
Yeah, and like it doesn't tell you the right answer until the end.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, some tests I took, like I have like some apps that give you the answer when you submit it. So
Oh, right when you
yeah,
answer it, yeah.
yeah,
That would be okay. But for this, I don't choose those because I want to simulate what your real exam is going to be like.
right, yeah,
And these ones I like because the colors are really similar. The format and the color of the exam is similar to what you'd see from PMI. And then the questions are a little bit harder too. So I'm kind of giving up a little bit of functionality and user experience for you guys, in place of more quality questions and an experience that'll be close to what you'll have on a PMP exam.
gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so this one, in your project, you are entering into a fixed price contract in the form of a purchase order. The contract is for a specified item to be delivered by a specific date for a specified price. In the contract, the profit is either one, determined by the buyer, determined by the seller, not known, or provided by the buyer to the seller. Okay. In most contracts, if you just think about this, in most contracts, we never know what the profit is, right? In a fixed price contract, we're never going to tell the buyer what our profit is, so we can throw one out. The buyer is never going to tell us what our profit should be as well, so we can throw 4 out. And now it's down between 2 and 3. And you can say it's determined by the seller, but the only way that you know what your profit is from the get-go is on hourly contracts, because you set your hourly rate to cover your expenses and then whatever your margin is, right? So if I'm sending a project manager out and I have to pay them, let's say $100K a year, and so that's $50K, that's $50 an hour, I'm likely to charge $100 an hour, because the other $50 an hour, 25 of it's probably going to go to the people that I have to pay in HR and in sales and all that. And so I still need to make a profit, right? So the seller's never going to tell me that. And if it's determined at the time during the contract sign off, it's because this is an hourly one. But this one said it's a fixed price contract, so therefore we won't know what the profit is, because mainly we don't know if there's going to be rework. If we make a mistake and we have to do some stuff over, that's going to eat into our profits. Worse, we could lose money on this project if we don't do things right. So that's kind of, one way to answer it will be by process of elimination, is to just say, okay, I know it's not going to be by the buyer, so I can throw out 1 and 4, and now it's between 2 and 3.
Okay.
And if you didn't know, you would get it wrong, because I'm telling you to pick the longest answer, and 2 would be wrong. So, I always like to point that out too, because when I tell people, hey, pick the longest answer, it's not always going to be right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always going to be right. Okay. James Anderson is the project manager of a home construction project. He is interviewing the homeowners to determine their wants and needs for the home construction. He is discussing room by room what they would like in their home. What does this long process called?
This was hard.
Risk analysis, quality determination, scope creation, stakeholder analysis. Yeah, this is more of a process of elimination one. So you could say, well, he's not looking for any threats or opportunities. He's just documenting their needs, so he's not analyzing risk. And then it says that, again, he's just documenting their needs. So he's not coming up with the plan to figure out how to meet their needs with consistency over time. So it's not quality determination. Scope creation could be hard. This could be one where I could see you would pick scope creation, because you're collecting requirements from people, you're documenting their needs, and you're trying to turn that into scope. That's what it sounds like. And then if you're interviewing them and determine their wants and needs for the home construction and discussing room by room what they would like, is it stakeholder analysis? By determining what they would like and what they would like, how are they likely to respond in certain scenarios? Yeah, this one would be hard. I would struggle between 3 and 4, and I would pick 4 just because it's longer. but I'm inclined to choose option 3. I see that the right answer is 4, but yeah, I would be inclined to choose option 3. Here's one way that would help you to not pick it, because in this case you would be collecting requirements. And so when you write down all of your processes that you already have memorized, you would see plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, break down the work. And you would notice that define requirements and define scope are 2 different processes. And here it sounds like he's collecting requirements. And since that option is not available to me, and I know it can't be 1 or 2, then I'm going to choose 4 by default.
I see. Okay. But he's not really like analyzing the people, right?
Yeah, he's not. What he's doing is, if you remember in stakeholder analysis, yeah, we can use the stakeholder grid and the salience model, but we can also do interviewing just to see like what, how people are likely to respond.
Okay.
So he, and also the other clue is in the second sentence, he is interviewing the homeowners to determine their wants and needs for the home construction. He's not finding out for them what's required or what must be in place, or it's just like, what do you want and need for the home construction, not what do you want and need for your home. That's kind of a clue there too. Is in PMI, because it's a standardized exam that that has, they're audited more than, let's say, PM Aspire, and how they build their questions. Those questions have to be written in a manner that it's like very clear. Like if English is your second language, you're not going to get tripped up. So the questions on the exam are going to be pretty straightforward in terms of, instead of saying their wants and needs for the home construction, they'll be very explicit in saying the homeowner, he is interviewing their homeowners to determine how they're likely to respond to each aspect of the construction project. Right? They're going to word it in a manner that's just going to be very clear and very direct. So it would be a little bit easier for you to decipher that, oh, we're not collecting requirements. If we're just trying to figure out how they're likely to respond for the, for the project of the construction, then we're analyzing how they are as stakeholders. And this is a hard one. This is probably like a level 9 out of 10.
Okay.
So it's okay. Your job isn't to get every answer right.
Yeah.
Okay, so 57. You are managing a software engineer. Well, let me see. Both team members, you decide that the risk is too big. You terminate the contract with the subtractor and instead hire additional developers to build the component. Both team members agree that this has eliminated the risk. Which of the following best describes the scenario? It sounds like we avoided, without even reading, we avoided because we changed something. We decided that the risk is too big and we terminated the contract. We didn't transfer it to a third party. We didn't take any action or activity to minimize the possibility or the impact. And we didn't put aside money or just say, yeah, we accept this. So you're managing a software engineering project when 2 team members come to you with a conflict. The lead developer has identified an important project risk. You have a subcontractor that may not deliver on time. Another developer doesn't believe that the risk is likely to happen. However, you consult the lessons learned from previous projects and discovers that subcontractors failed to deliver the work on 2 previous projects. You decide that the risk is too big. You terminate the contract with the subcontractor and instead hire additional developers to build the component. So yeah, you've changed your course. Instead of hiring subcontractors, you've hired additional developers to build the component. Therefore, I've avoided the risk.
I see. And it's not like the risk happened, or
right. Let's see. What did you choose for this? Number 57. You chose 2. You chose B, mitigation. That's because in our field, it's just standard language for us to always say we're mitigating a risk.
Yeah, it is.
And it's standard language for us to always call threats risk as well. We don't tend to call opportunities risk. We just say risk and opportunities, but it's really threats and opportunities. And mitigation is taking action and activity to minimize the threat and or the impact. That's what you got to remember there.
Okay.
All right, so 59, Fareed is a PMO manager. There are 37 project managers in his organization that rely on his team to provide the tools and processes they need to be successful in their roles. Fareed reports to the chief operations officer at his organization, whose name is Zach. Zach relies on Fareed to ensure that the portfolio, program, and project management is executed in a way that does align with OPM. Fareed uses a common governance framework to achieve this. What does OPM stand for? And here I just made the cardinal mistake, the cardinal sin. I could have just read that last sentence. What does OPM stand for? And then pick the choice.
Mm-hmm.
We probably didn't go this deep into it, but organizational project management, that's what OPM is.
Okay.
I understand you probably want us to choose organizational portfolio management, but when you see, if there's anything with portfolios, then it's going to be PPM, portfolio program project management, right? So you'll see PPM, but if you see OPM, then it's just organizational project management. And remember, this is the PMP. This is not the PGMP or the program management professional, and it's not the PFMP or the portfolio management professional. So when in doubt, choose project management as your answer.
Okay.
What'd you choose on this one? You chose the second one.
I chose portfolio.
The first one.
Yeah.
Portfolio. Yeah. Sarah is a project manager of Ashna Group of Company. After collecting requirements, one of her tasks as a project manager is to prepare a scope statement for her project. The scope statement provides authorization to the project manager. So look here, I read this, I say the scope statement provides 1, authorization, 2, documentation, 3, definition, 4, common understanding. And I said, all right, the scope statement does not authorize me. That's the charter. I throw that out. Number 2, the scope statement doesn't document how anything will happen. Those are plans, right? Anytime I see the word how, I know it's a plan. So I throw that out. So it's between 3 and 4. If I didn't know what this was, I would choose 4 because it's the longest answer. But I would also look at number 3 and say, okay, definition for work breakdown structure is decomposition. It's breaking stuff down. And that's not what the scope statement does. The scope statement does not decompose scope, or, in this case, after you decompose to your WS, you're going to decompose deliverables into activities. The scope statement actually adds everything together into a big document. There's no decomposition. There's no breaking down of it. It's all one big document that's very, very, very detailed. So hopefully that will help you to remember sort of, what that looks like.
Okay.
The common understanding of project scope among project stakeholders. Yes, that's what the scope statement does, because it says, what are we doing? We're painting 4 walls. What are we not doing? We're not painting the window. We're not painting the ceiling. We're not painting the door. How are we doing it? We're going to brush it, or we will roll it, or we will spray it. And how will we get sign off? Somebody will come in and rub their hands and say, yes, this is semi-gloss or satin paint, right? So that's the idea of what the scope statement does. What are we doing? What are we not doing? How are we doing it? How will we get sign off? That's a really good developed scope statement. We'll have those 4 components.
Okay. Good.
Okay, so we have been at this now for 1 hour and 45 minutes. So this is where we take a break, but because it's just you, do you want to just power through? Because you got 77 wrong, and we've done, I don't know how many wrong that we've done so far, but I would say we're only in 60s. We've probably done 20 of these. So we got another like three sessions like this to go.
Okay.
Let's take 5. I'm gonna force this one because I want you to I want it to suck you in the same way we do it in a class. So just take 5 minutes, get up, walk around the house, play with the baby. Let's see. I have 10:46. So we'll call it 4. At 10:50, we'll come right back.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, bye.
Yes, that does spell boo.
There's two boos in there. Guess that's the last. Oh yeah, skull. You said skull, not skull. Skull. Then guess what?
What?
A sign that says trick or treat.
No, very
And
nice.
last thing, I want to tell you.
Yes, I'm a little late, baby. What's the last thing?
What's this?
That is a, let me see. Oh, that's just like a head. That's supposed to be a Frankenstein head. Ask Mama, she'll help you with that. That's the black part of his hair. I'll see you in a little bit. Karin, are you back?
I'm back.
Probably waiting for me. Okay.
No problem.
Okay. So you ready to keep plugging away?
Yep.
All right.
Oh, wait, where am I?
I think you're on 65. You are preparing a quality management plan for your project. Which of the following will you use in this process? Cost benefit analysis, quality checklist, cost of quality, benchmarking. And so this is just one where you'd have to know, ooh, I actually got it wrong because they're saying it's A, C, and D. You would use cost benefit analysis, you use a checklist, no, cost of quality, and benchmarking. Oh, okay. I would have got this wrong if I went too fast. I probably still would have got this wrong because I would have went too fast, because what are you using in this process? And these are tools and techniques: cost benefit analysis, cost of quality, benchmarking. Whereas a quality checklist, that's an output. That's something that you would get. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I see.
The other part of it is when I use question theory, I see that choice 1, 2, and 4 all had B in it, but choice 3 did not have B in it.
Okay.
That's one way to look at it. Like, so 3 of them had D, only 3 had D, only 3 had A's, only 3 had B's, only 3 had C's. So actually, now looking at that, I was like, nope, I can't use that, right? Because 1, 2, and 3 have A, 2, 3, and 4 have D, 1, 3, and 5, 1, 3, and 4 have C, and then 1, 2, and 4 have B. So it's like, okay, I can't do that. But yeah, this is just one where it's like, this question is really saying if you know the difference between the tools and the techniques versus the outputs.
Got it.
So let's see if I can read the last sentence. He is generally the first to know things and only discloses the things he knows to those people that he feels have earned the right to work with him. In general, what kind of power is this called? Positional, informational, situational, persuasive, and I would pick informational, and I would be confident enough. All right. He knows things and only discloses them to people those he feels have earned the right to work with them. Yes, it's informational power.
Okay.
All right. This is and so, we didn't cover the types of power in this demonstration because these questions don't come up a lot, but let me just give them to you so you know. You have authority is a type of power. So this is where, you'll see questions that say people only listen to you because you're the project manager. This is what type of power. It's a power of authority. It usually comes with a title, CEO, CXO, something like that. There's certainly informational power, all right? And the positional power, is also another way that they'll use that term in terms of authority. Okay. Situational power is one that comes up too. It's like, in this scenario, because you are the only person who can do it, you are now the one with power. That's like situational power. Okay. Persuasive power is just, that's a skill that some people have to sort of, call onto your emotions, and somehow persuade you. There is motivational power. And then there's, what's the other one? Positional, informational, situational, persuasive, motivational.
Is there personal?
No personal
Okay,
power.
then I got that question wrong.
Oh, another one that you picked. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if you know I wonder if you know which one that is. We can go look at it.
Referent?
There's referent power. Yes.
Referent? Okay.
That's sort of like, we just really respect what you have to say. A good example of that is the company I worked with where, you know, they would hire people, but they would always listen to what the front desk, the person at the front desk was this lady. She was retired. She didn't even need to work. She's a millionaire 7 times over, but she just, you know, she wanted to work. And so when people came in, she would say, I don't get a good feeling about this person. You know, he or she didn't say good morning. They didn't do this or they didn't do that. And so even if they were the person that scored really, really high and, you know, in the interviews and people really liked them, they'd be like, well, you know, she did something wrong to Margaret. If Margaret doesn't expect her, then we can't, you know, we can't hire this person on. So that's a really good example of referent power.
Yeah.
Okay. According to Herzberg's theory, the absence of hygiene factors can create job dissatisfaction, but the presence does not motivate or create satisfaction. Which of the following can be categorized as a hygiene factor? Yeah, and it would be advancement in your career. So, yeah, you know, and we took this out too. So there are different motivational theories, right? And this is all part of managed project team. So we have the conflict resolution techniques. That's when we manage a team. We talked about that, smoothing and forcing. Okay. Then there's motivational theories, right? So there's the hygiene theory that says that people are only going to, you know, that fringe benefits from company only keep people from being upset. All right. So that all the stuff that we give them only doesn't really make them happy. Now, you worked at Facebook. I actually use Facebook as an example when I teach this, because there was a time, if you worked at Facebook, then you probably know that your Facebook's IT is done by Milestone. Maybe
No,
you
I didn't know that. Yeah.
But the employees at Facebook that work in their IT department they come from Milestone. So like I used to work for Milestone, and so like I would be able to go on Facebook's campus and, you know, go eat at the places. And so I've experienced the idea of like the vending machines when you need something, you know, going into the dream rooms and taking a nap. And I'll use that and I'll describe that in class and I'll say, you know, all of those things are just meant to, here's how I usually say it. I'll say, hey, imagine if you go take a nap, nice Bose noise canceling headphones and take a nap, be paid to sleep. And then, you know, oh, I got to go home and make dinner. No, you don't, because we got a 5-star steakhouse and Japanese and, you know, Italian. Oh, I got to do my laundry. No, we got free dry cleaning for you. I got to pick up my kids. We got daycare. All of that is just meant to keep you we want you to be at work 20 hours a day doing all the good stuff that you do. So we got to provide you with all that stuff so you don't get pissed off at being at our facilities all the time. That's the idea of the hygiene theory. Okay.
I see.
Then there's the, and you need to know the hygiene theory is associated with Herzberg, H&H. There is the, oh man, I'm drawing a blank on these. I'm just going to look them up. There's the theory that people are only motivated by power, affiliation, and I forget the third one is, so manage them accordingly. And I'm drawing a blank, so I'm going to look these up. But we don't include these much anymore because we just don't see them on the exam. But okay, that's estimate activity durations. Let's go to resources. Here we go. And then let's go to, we don't need, not control resources, manage a team. Here we go. Okay, so conflict management's in here, decision making's in here. Yeah, and the theories aren't. That's why we didn't. We took them out for this one. But again, PMI reserves the right to test your material not in the PMBOK. So, conflict management, negotiation, portal, recognition, rewards. Here's the forming, storming, norm performing. Shared portal. Yeah, they took it out the PMBOK, but I have it and it's bothering me and I want to tell you about it. So I'm going to pull up my old, let's see, PMP. And then let's go to the prep course. 133. Okay, then it's probably like slide 500 something. Okay, here's develop the team. Here's manage a team. Here we go. Tools and techniques. Here's conflict management. Okay, so the forms of power. Positional. Here, I'm gonna put this into the chat so you have this. There's no chat. Oh, here's the chat. Here's the chat. Boom. Copy and then paste. Okay, those are your types of power: positional, expert, reward, punitive, referent, informational, situational, personal, or charismatic. I said there's no personal, but it comes up as charismatic on the exam, and then ingratiating. Okay, and then there's a couple more forms of power. Okay. Then the motivational theories. And let me give you these. Maybe I should add them back in. I don't know. I got to wait and see if we're. Okay. So the motivational theories, the expectancy theory. The expectancy theory is sort of in play here. Like you're taking a boot camp because you feel that you're going to get better results than if you either self-study or go to some university, right? So that's like the expectancy theory. We're motivated by positive outcomes and related rewards, right? The hygiene theory, we just told you about that. Pay, benefits, work conditions, they only prevent you from being unhappy. They don't make you happy. There's a theory of needs by McClellan that people are motivated by achievement, affiliation, or power and manage them accordingly. So this is why people go to a certain college or join a fraternity or sorority, right? They want to have affiliation. Some people are not, motivated by anything, but like, I want to find a cure for cancer. I want to solve world hunger, right? Then that's achievement. Or they have power issues. Like maybe I was bullied when I was younger and I'm going to join law enforcement. Right? Whatever it is, find out what's important to that person and then use that to manage them. All right. So that's sort of a motivational theory. This is actually a really good tool for when you're working with PMs. You may not see this question on the exam, but this is really good for the practical application of it. All right. Maslow's hierarchy, or his triangle. That one's a little funky because it's sort of like, let me see, can I copy this? Here's a picture. That one's a little funky because for the most part, no one really uses his piece to go ahead and let's see what happens what does this look like? Yeah, it's not going to copy that for you. Really? What else can I do? Wonder if I can put it in a Q&A. So I can probably share this with you as a file or something. But it's the idea that, people start at these levels, the physiological level. This is like flight or fright. Like even if I'm homeless, as long as I can sleep in a park, drink water from a fountain, like, I'm good. Nothing can do, like, I'm not in flight or fright mode. If I can satisfy that level, then I can get to the next level, which is the safety level. And this is where, like, I get a job. I go to the, get regular health checkups, go to the gym, take care of my family. In the case of my family, my mother, my father, my sister, my brother. And as I satisfy that need, I get to the social level, then I can start to think about my family in terms of my husband or my wife, my son or my daughter. I start to have friends. I have a sense of belonging. If I can satisfy that, then I can get to the esteem level where, sort of I'm self-confident. It doesn't matter what people say about me. I'm not rattled. I'm not shaken. Like, I know who I am. I'm confident and comfortable in my skin. And if I can satisfy that level, I get to this, what they call the self-actualization level, where, it's all about achievement and peak performance and, being a servant leader and helping others. And so, like, those are the 5 stages of Maslow's hierarchy. And the idea is that if you know where somebody's at on the stage, you can help them progress, because oftentimes our role goes beyond the project. As you move up in your career and you do other things besides implementations, and you manage, let's say, like the build of the product that someone will eventually implement in other, customers' environments. As you manage something like that, you'll recognize that it's less about the project and it's more about the people. Like, how are you doing today? How can I help you? Because if you have issues at home, then you're going to bring them to work. So it's not that I need to be in your personal life, but I also need to like have my pulse on the finger of like, how are you doing? How do you feel today? You just don't look good. Take some time for yourself. We'll go hire a temp for a week or two, go figure life out so you can come back and be better for us. Like that type of idea is where Maslow's hierarchy comes from. And then theory Z, go ahead.
Oh, I just said, okay.
Theory Z is a Japanese piece, A Job for Life by Uchi. This is actually real. When I work with NTT in Japan, if you work for a company, you will hire people from the best, the middle, and the worst college, and you will hire people from the top, the middle, and the bottom of the class from the best, the middle, and the worst colleges. That's just what they do because they want complete diversity. And then they'll say, okay, you have a sales degree, we're going to put you in legal for year one. And then we're going to put you in marketing for year two and advertising, right? So you'll spend all of these years learning the different areas of the organization. Then you'll become a supervisor and you'll move around supervising different people. Then you become a project manager. Then you become an executive. And then you'll be forced to retire. And they don't hire people off the street. You don't leave the one company that you work for. You work for that company all your life. If you leave, the other companies, they're reluctant to hire you because you're like, oh, you're disloyal. Why did you leave your company? Either you have poor performance or you're disloyal, right? So that theory Z is Job for Life for Uchi. McGregor's theory X and theory Y is the one theory that points to the manager. All the other theories are pointing to how you manage people, the theory of needs, the hygiene theory. McGregor's theory is about the manager. It says that managers are either like X style, that's the X. I don't trust you. I got to watch you. I need you to punch in. I need you to punch out. I got to have cameras everywhere. I don't trust you, right? Whereas theory Y managers are sort of like the power position, like YMCA, like that's how you remember that. Like, listen, you don't need to be here. Obviously, if we have important meetings, if we have, team things that you got to, please show up. But other than that, we value your work. Get your work done. I don't care where you get it done. I don't care when you work. It's all about performances, right? So that's the idea of people being self-motivated in theory Y versus people disliking work in theory X. And that is, the theory is about the manager. The manager is either theory X, that they believe that people dislike work, or they believe that people are self-motivated, give them the tools and then get out their way and let them do their work. All right. So those are the different sort of motivational theories. Those have been in the PMBOK all the way up. It's not in the PMBOK in version 6. But that doesn't mean that you might not see one or two questions like this. Okay, so that's the long-winded version for why number 2 is the answer.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that.
Yes.
7 days.
He is working on the cost budget for this project. All of the following statements are true except bill of lading, the baseline will be used to measure variances, the process against costs, the process assigns cost estimates to activities, the process assigns cost estimates for expected future period operated costs. So Mark is the project manager for a custom home building construction company. He is working on the model home project for the upcoming show homes tour. The model home includes internet connections in every room and talking appliances. He is working on the cost budget for this project. All of the following statements are true except which one? So bill of lading, yeah, all this have to be delivered. The cost baseline would be used. Yeah, we'll use to measure the variance. The process assigns estimates to project activities. Yes. And the process assigns cost estimates for expected future period operating cost. That's your clue. We don't deal in the operating world. We deal in the project world. So all of our money's capital expenditures and not operating expenditures, right? They're CapEx, not OpEx. So that's kind of your clue for number 4. We're not estimating anything for any operating costs because that's not part of the project.
I see.
Identify the cost types associated with modern quality management. Planning cost, yep. Doing cost, you know what that is. Checking cost, acting cost. Planning cost, assurance cost, control cost, yep. Cost of good quality, cost of bad quality. Yeah, prevention cost, appraisal cost, failure cost. The cost types of modern quality management. Well, this is really the chart that has the cost of conformance, aka good quality, and the cost of non-conformance, aka bad quality. Good quality split up into preventative and appraisal cost, and then internal and external failure cost. Number 4 could have been right if they also included internal and external, right? They have preventative cost, appraisal cost, and you have internal and external failure cost, but you can't just say failure because you got to know when it failed, right? It shows how option 4 may also be a reasonable answer. But if I'm taking the exam, because these two were broken out, because it didn't say preventative and appraisal, but it had prevention, appraisal, then failure, I need to see internal and external. And if not, then I choose the cost of good quality, cost of bad quality, because that contains all of it. That's the more detailed answer, if that makes sense.
Yes, it's like inclusive of
Correct.
these. Okay.
All right, your customer wants some changes to be affected in the project scope. You determine that the change in scope will not impact the project schedule, but will cost the project an additional $50K. What should you do first? Try crashing or fast tracking. Do not allow the customer. Let the customer know. Discuss with your sponsor. Well, remember, you're going to take the most assertive action. So try crashing or fast tracking is not necessarily assertive, because crashing is going to cost you money and fast tracking is not. And since they told me both, they cancel each other out as a potential choice. Okay. Do not allow the customer to change the project scope. Well, we can't not allow the customer to do something. If they want something and they're willing to pay for it, then we kind of have to give it to them. Okay. Number 3, let the customer know about the impact of the change in project scope and ask for funding, versus number 4, discuss with your project sponsor. The reason why 4 is a better answer than 3 is because the sponsor is the person that foots the bill. So you need to go to them and ask them, how much money they're willing to give up. The customer may be just appointed by the sponsor. The customer may be just the end user, but we're not going to ask them, because if it's up to them, they're going to want the world, and that could cost $50 million. Whereas the sponsor is only going to give them, a day, not the world. So that's kind of the idea there.
Okay.
In your company, you use PM Aspire Project Universe software as a project management information system. Nice plug for themselves. This facilitates automation and easier project management. Which of the following statements about project management information system is correct? So the PMIS is used during direct and managed project execution. Yes, but there is no direct and managed project execution. There's direct and managed project team in the execution process group. So you can see how 1 is like, this is where I say a reading comprehension exam. This is the stuff that PMI does that will trip you up.
Yeah.
The PMI is an organizational process asset. PMIS includes scheduling software and configuration management software. It could, but it could not, right? Jira by itself doesn't have any scheduling, although you can do some with it, and it doesn't have configuration management system, although you can with Confluence, right? So they don't necessarily have it. And PMIS can be used for information collection and dissemination. Yes, it can. So, which is incorrect. Good. Ooh, I read that the wrong way. I was going to go back and read. Yeah, what is incorrect? It's 2. And why? Why is it not? If it's not an OPA, it is an
EEF.
Yep, that's what this question is really asking you. You know that the PMIS is not an OPA, but an EEF.
Okay.
So the question on the exam would actually say, all the following except which is a correct statement. They like to use that language. All of the following except which.
Tricky.
So rather than just saying what's incorrect, all of the following is true except which. And you're like, oh. The ability to achieve cost savings is inversely proportional to productivity, the estimated cost, empowerment to the PM, the earned value achieved to date, to data. I meant to date.
Yeah, I
I don't
didn't
like
get
this
that
question.
part.
I don't like this question at all. This is like, remember 25 of your questions on exam are going to be dummy questions. You just don't know which one they are, right? This is likely one of the 25 dummy questions on this exam. I don't see how the earned value achieved to date is inversely proportional to. Actually, that's true. I don't like this question. I'm not. You don't worry about this question, but just to shed a little light. If you remember when we did earned value management, and you had the cost performance index and the TCPI, and so cost performance is your earned value divided by your actual cost. The only way to figure out how much money that you can save is to figure out how much work you've already completed, because then you know how much work is left, and then from there you'll be able to determine like if you can actually do 1.5 units for the cost of one type deal, right? So it is, that's how 4 is, but I don't like this question.
Okay, I see.
I see you getting stronger though. If you close out of this and you just scroll all the way to the top from 80, go all the way to the top and then go slowly. And I see a lot of red, a lot of red, a lot of red, a lot of red, 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 red. And as we start getting here, now I'm starting to see a lot of greens and just three reds. Right. So I can see here where you're starting to come on strong already. See that? Now go down. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see. Keep going down. Just a couple. That's a little bad stretch, but like even here, this is good. Keep going to the next. That's good. Keep going right there. A little bit of a rough patch.
I needed a break here.
Right there. Okay, that makes sense. Now you come back. Now look at 147
okay.
down. Yep. So look, right after your breaks is usually where you do good. All right. So this is literally just some of this right now what you're trying to learn two things. You're not trying to learn content right now. I know that sounds off, but that's not what you're trying to do. You're trying to learn how to answer these questions, and then you're trying to learn about yourself and how you take exams. Because if you know when when I say cycle, like your cycle, where is that moment where I need to reset? If you can figure that out, and then using the strategies for the exam, you'll have a very clear plan to go in and it's almost like you can't fail. If I just go in and if I do the things that I know I need to do to regulate my body and my mind, and if I use the process and a very methodical approach for answering the questions, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to answer more questions right than wrong. And you already did a pretty good job at 61%, So if you get 80 on this exam, the idea is that you get 70 on a real exam, and that's about where the passing score is.
70 is?
Yeah, I don't put a number on it because PMI doesn't advertise the number. They used to back in the day, and it was 68. They haven't advertised the number in over 15 years. But I imagine it's somewhere between 70, 75%. Okay, what were we on? 88?
This one, I think.
85. You have just taken over as manager of a project that will create many benefits for the performing organization, but you sense a high level of resistance in various stakeholders right from the start. What is the most appropriate action to resolve the problem? So develop a responsibility assignment matrix, develop an organizational diagram, schedule a meeting with stakeholders. Do not talk to these stakeholders. Just listening to that, what do you think is the best? Should I develop a matrix? Should I develop a diagram? Should I schedule a meeting? Or should I just not talk to them?
I chose one because it shows the PM is proactive as as opposed to scheduling a meeting, which was their answer.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair. But let's go a little bit deeper. We can develop a matrix that clearly shows the responsibility for each stakeholder. or we can schedule a meeting to discuss and establish ground rules and ensure their involvement. You see how now that third one starts to sound a little bit stronger?
Yeah,
Schedule a meeting to discuss and establish ground rules and ensure their involvement.
I see. Is ground rules a tool and technique? Because I saw it on like 4 questions, and I don't think we went over that.
It's not necessarily a tool and a technique, but it's a component when you develop your team charter.
Okay, so it is a thing.
It is a thing, yes.
Okay.
Just not know if it's a specific. Remember, PMI, like key stakeholders, that word is nowhere to be found in the PMBOK, but it's all over the exam.
Okay.
Something like this too, ground rules, which may not be in the PMBOK. I'm looking, but you're definitely going to see that on the exam. Ground. Oh, yep, 320, 348, 528, 708. So in the PMBOK, 320, and if we're in the 300s, we are in the human resource area. And let's see, 320, estimate activity resources. And we see there, where's actually ground rules? Nope, it's in the charter. Yeah. Ground rules is part of the team charter. So if you're on 319 of the PMBOK, you'll see where team charter ends that page. And then it continues on with its last paragraph at the beginning of page 320. And that in there, you will see the team charter establishes clear expectations regarding acceptable behavior by project team members and, yada, yada, yada. And it goes on to talk about the ground rules in there.
Okay.
Okay. But I like the approach you had. It's like, well, this one sounds the most assertive. Yeah, you got that one wrong. But if you were to do that same approach 200 times, you would likely get enough questions right to pass the exam. Okay, so the conflict is starting to cause delays and you need to reach a decision quickly. You spend the weekend studying conflict resolution techniques, which is an example of contributing to the knowledge, Maslow's hierarchy, enhancing personal professional competence, confronting. So this is one of those where, yeah, I mean, 2 of your team members approach you with the conflict that they are having with each other over the technical approach. One of the 2 people is very aggressive and tries to get you to make a decision quickly. The other team member is quiet and seems less willing to talk about the issue. A conflict is starting to cause delays and you need to reach a decision quickly. You spend the weekend studying conflict resolution techniques. So really, this is one where you could skip out over all that and just read the last sentence. You spend the weekend studying conflict resolution techniques, which is an example of contributing to the PMBOK, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, enhancing personal professional competence, or confronting or problem solving. To me, that sounds like I'm enhancing my professional competence. I'm studying conflict resolution techniques. I'm getting better at that. What did you pick for this? For this, you picked 4. You picked confronting or problem solving. Yeah, I mean, I could see how you were trying to solve this problem, but you already did. All right. Well, 2 people approached you. Yeah, I guess you didn't really do any confronting or problem solving.
Oh, true. Okay. I just didn't know. Is this also like
A thing for PMI?
Yeah.
See, it's hard because it's one of those things where, again, they reserve the right to test your material. I would say no. I'm going to go ahead and say no. That's not something that you're likely to see on your version of the exam or even have to be worried about it. I mean,
okay. Yeah, because it looks like more of like practical application.
Right. What number was that? 88?
Yeah.
And that was, foundations. Yep, foundations. So in the foundations, although PMI has foundations, which is chapters 1, 2, and 3, it just doesn't come up that much.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't do very well in that category.
You are the project manager in an aircraft manufacturing company developing a new range of supersonic fighter planes. Since government approval and involvement are essential, you hire a lobbying firm to get government support to prevent unnecessary changes in your project. Which process is this an example of? And you have risk management, you have perform integrated change control, you have cost management plan, develop project management plan. Well, okay, I'm inclined to choose risk management, but there is no process called risk management.
Right.
So then it's perform integrated change control, cost management plan. I can throw that one out.
Yeah.
Now it's between 2 and 3. If I didn't know what the answer was, I'd pick 2 because it's slightly longer. But 4, develop project management plan. Would I be inclined to choose that? All right. Since I need government approval and involvement, I hired a lobbying firm. I mean, the exam question would be a little bit more detailed in terms of, you hired a lobbying firm, which cost some money. Therefore, giving you the hint, okay, you're done planning. So that means that any change you make needs to go through change control, and you're about to change the cost baseline because you need to hire a lobbying firm. Therefore, I need to perform integrated change control. I need to go tell them why we need to make the change, right? I need to evaluate the impacts. I need to issue the request, and then if we get approval from the CCB, we can update documents, get buy-in, direct and manage team according to the new plan. But that's not in here, so it made it a little bit more difficult. But do you see like where I was going with that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why the answer is 2. What'd you choose here? You chose
Risk
1.
management.
Yeah, that's also, again, that's just the more exams you take, the more you recognize, oh, that's not a process. I must pay attention to something needs to have plan at the end, and management plan, right? Don't give me risk plan because that doesn't mean anything. I need a risk management plan. I need a stakeholder engagement plan. I need a communications management plan. I don't need a communications plan.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind as well. Okay, during project execution, the forecast remaining hours begin to exceed planned remaining hours. Consequently, the project takes on a negative variance. Which analysis method is the project manager likely to use as a measurement tool to validate this information? So we need to validate a variance, and we need to evaluate a remaining hours. So in this case,
variance.
Say it again.
Schedule variance.
Yeah, schedule variance.
Yeah.
So remember, earned value is king. So earned value is always going to be first, and they have that there. And earned value minus planned value. Earned value minus something gives you a variance.
Mm-hmm.
Earned value divided by something gives you a performance index.
Yeah, I thought they were asking for the performance index because it mentioned the negative variance already.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's why I chose that formula instead.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
One other way to decipher this is, if you remember when I talked about the variances are in the past,
Mm-hmm.
the performance indexes are what's happening, that's the present, and then the at completions, those are the futures, the forecast. So in here they talked about the past. Mm-hmm. During project execution, the forecast remaining hours begin to exceed planned remaining hours. Consequently, the project takes on a negative variance. Although the way that's written, it does written like it's happening. Which analysis method is the schedule? But then they ask you, which analysis method are you likely to use as a measurement tool to validate
it?
This information? Yeah, that the variance is negative. So yeah, it would be a variance.
Okay, I see that.
If we did earned value minus actual cost, what do you get there?
Cost variance.
Good. If I did earned value minus planned value, what does that give me?
Schedule variance.
If I did earned value divided by planned value, what would it give me?
Schedule performance index.
Good. All right. Just giving you an opportunity to memorize, which means you know that earned value divided by actual cost is cost performance index. What is the most important earned value management metric?
Cost performance index.
Good. All right.
Yep. And I know all 3 of the estimate at completion and TCPI. It's both of them.
Okay. When would you use a formula that says that I'm going to continue spending money at the same rate? And what is the formula? Or I already gave you, give me the formula that says I'm going to continue spending money at the same rate.
So at the same rate is So is that estimate at completion?
Yeah, that'd be an estimate at completion.
Okay.
It's one of the 3 formulas.
And it's total budget minus, wait, sorry, it's AC, so actual cost plus total,
Your cost
right?
variances. Give me the one where it says your cost variances are expected to continue.
Cost variance expected to continue.
These variances are expected to continue. These variances are typical.
Okay, so that's the long one, right?
Nope. It's the shortest
Okay.
one.
Okay. So this is the typical. So it's hold on. I'm like drawing a blank right now.
That's okay.
Total budget minus earned value divided by, sorry, no. It's total budget divided by cost performance index.
Perfect.
Yeah.
BAC over CPI. And the first one you were going to give me is when your cost variances are atypical. All future work will be accomplished at the original budgeted rate.
Yeah.
That's
that one is
keep going.
AC plus BAC minus EV.
Perfect.
Wait, there's more, right?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No.
That's the anomaly one.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like all future work will be accomplished at the original rate. That's not going to happen again. That's just it's a one-off. We're going to throw that out. All right. That's that one. Or the atypical, right? That's atypical. That doesn't happen. And then the other one is like, well, you're going to continue to spend money, and how fast or slow you guys work is going to compound how much you're spending money. And that's the third one. To define how the project work will be authorized so that it is performed by the designated person at the appropriate time, a project manager can use a WBS, a work authorization system, a WBS dictionary, a schedule. If you got this wrong, you likely picked 4. What'd you pick here? 97. Yeah, you picked 4. The question is designed to get you to pick the schedule. But the schedule doesn't necessarily authorize people. There is something called a work authorization system. So at your company right now, and when you're doing an implementation project, the folks that are going to be on your team for that particular project have to be approved somewhere. They got assigned to your project, and then you track it somewhere, maybe in Salesforce. I don't know. Yeah. Do you guys have a system like that? That's your work authorization system.
Okay.
All right. So that is a term from PMI. That's what that is.
Okay. I'm just writing it down.
While managing a project for a manufacturing company, you receive a change request from the customer for a minor alteration to the product configuration. In this context, which of the following is not a step you would take? So what wouldn't I do if I got a change request? Evaluate the impact, examine other options, seek approval from the change control board, reject the change. Yeah, you don't reject the change. The CCB rejects the change. So that one is just saying, as a PM, do you know the 8 steps? And in this one, the one that you should not, well, yeah. They could also ask this question the opposite way. The same question 102 will be question 182. And we'll say, while managing a project for a manufacturing company, you receive a change request from the customer for a minor alteration to the product configuration. In this context, what should the project manager do next? And if that's the case, then you need to issue the request. All right. But in this case, you can't reject anything because we are not, we are, what's the term? We're beholden to our sponsor, our customers. So if they request something and they want to give us more time, then we need to do it.
Okay.
Never refuse or reject or always must shall do anything.
Okay, so I was thinking of number 1 though for the 8 steps of like how to handle, what was that? How to handle like a change request or something like that. Isn't the first one like reject it?
Prevent the change.
Oh, prevent the change. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was thinking of that part, so that's why I didn't select it.
Yeah, so the idea is like, okay, they want a minor alteration, and the idea is to prevent it by like, well, why? Why do you need this? Why?
Wise, yeah.
Why? And then eventually they're going to give you the real reason. If they gave it to you the first time, then okay, that's good enough, and you move on.
Okay.
In making investment decisions, the senior management in your company prefers to use a rate that equates the present value of cash inflows with the present value of cash outflows. This rate is called, yeah, we didn't talk about this at all, net present value, internal rate of return. I didn't teach any of it to you because they just don't ask these questions. It's like, they're not worth it to fill your brain up with stuff that you're likely not to be asked. But so the internal rate of return, this is okay. Do you know about present value and net present value?
I've read about it. That's why I selected it as my answer, but I don't really know.
Okay, 1 second. Let me see if I can get this in for you. Phases, stakeholders, business document. Okay, so these are the economic models. Okay, go to my chat. Okay, so those are the different economic models, right? There's scoring models, or the nominal technique. There's the peer review. This is when you're selecting a project, by the way. You can give it to a peer and say, hey, what do you think about my project? You have the murder boards. That's sort of like, okay, what are all the reasons why we shouldn't do this project? And then you have the economic model. Ooh, excuse me. And you have the economic models, and there's 5 of them. Okay, so benefit cost analysis. Okay, just compares the project benefits to the cost. The payback period is pretty simple. It's what it sounds like. How much will it take for me to get my money back? Then we get to discounted cash flows, present value, net present value, internal rate of return. So in this case, a discounted cash flow is a present value. So what we do is we take some dollar amount and then we say, what would it be worth in the future? And this is the idea that $1 today is only worth 97 cents next year because of inflation. So if you tell me I have a project that's going to cost me $36 million now, but it's going to pay me back $1 million a month for 36 months. At the end of my 36 months, that I'm going to probably still need, a couple more million because it wouldn't have been enough. And so this is what we do. We say, imagine if you're looking in a chat, imagine if you got a check from me in 3 years for $11.57 and 62 pennies, right? You didn't get anything in year 1, you get anything in year 2, but in year 3, you got this check. What would that be worth? And you got that in 2013. What would that be worth in 2020 if the interest rate's 5%? So you'll take present value, 1157.62, equals future value. We're trying to solve for that. Or in this case, PV is what we're trying to solve for, and 1157.62. And divided by 1 plus the interest rate to the nth period. So we have 1 plus, and our interest rate is 5%, and 1.05, and then, however many periods. You have 13 and out 7, and you'll figure out how much money that would be. Then when you take that net present value, all right, and well, that's the present value. The net present value then says, okay, well, I got to take the sum of the cash flow. So now I got to take 11.57 and 62 pennies divided by 1.05, because it's 1.05 to the first, that's year 1. Then 11.57.62 pennies divided by 1.05 squared. Plus, 1157 and 62 pennies divided by 1.05 cubed. And I've got to add all these up until we get to the 20th number. And then I subtract that number from my initial investment. So if I gave you the 36 million one, I do 36 million divided by 1.05 divided by 1.05 squared cubed, so on and so forth. So I get divided by 1.05 to the 30th power. I add all those numbers together, and then that becomes my net present value. And once you do that,
Okay.
you now do your net present value formula again, but this time you solve for I, right? You do the MPV, because now that you know what that number is, you change the I just to I, from a number to I, and then you solve for I, and then it'll show you which one is going to give you the best return, which one's going to like make you money the fastest. And then that's how you can determine internally which project should we pursue or should we not, just by using internal rate of return.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Binet, if I'm doing French, is working on Wilson Group of Companies Limited. His company has a projectized organization structure. As his project nears completion, he notices that his team members are more interested in trying to find new positions rather than properly discharging their duties. Their motivation is, this comes back to the hygiene theory. This comes back to Maslow's hierarchy. In the idea that, how do I explain this? They're telling you the hygiene theory at the bottom, but I don't. Self-actualization. Yeah, I like the other theory that sort of, if I satisfy my flight or fright, I satisfy my internal, I satisfy my social, and I can get to sort of that self-actualization level. In order to move from physiological to safety, from safety to social, I can't worry about my husband, my wife. I can't worry about, my friends and what they think about me, unless I've satisfied the level before, which is safety, because I have a job and I go to the gym and I take care of my body. I go to the doctor and get regular checkups. My mother, my father, my sister, my brother, my immediate family's okay. Right? If I can solve that, then I can get to the next level. That's the safety level. This is one I didn't show you here in class. It's, but your luck, you drew 2 of those questions. Okay, you're a project manager at a large software development organization. A primary objective of your company is to deliver high quality products to your customers with a low rate of error and post-delivery fixes. The company has made significant investments in a robust quality management system, including very detailed and thorough procedures and processes designed to support the quality objectives of the company. In software development projects, prior to submitting software modules to the customer for user acceptance testing, your team uses a set of rigorous scripts to test the code and functionality. In which process would the team use these scripts to test the modules, and in what process would the test scripts be audited to ensure that they are valid and produce desired results? So this is just one where you got to know that quality control is deliverable focused and that quality assurance is process focused. So they said, in which process would the team use scripts to test the modules? That's the product itself, the deliverable. So that's quality control. And then in what process would the test scripts be audited to ensure that they are valid? And this is where we're like, okay, if we're not getting the right results, then we need to make sure that either our scripts or how we're doing our work is done in the right manner. All right, so that's what you see there. Any questions?
So just to confirm, quality assurance is process focused?
Yes.
Okay.
Assurance is on the process, control is on the product.
And these two are the ones that go hand in hand, right? Like you're kind of doing both of these at the same time.
Quality control is the guy at Krispy Kreme who's moving the bad donut over here. Good donut, good donut, good donut, good
Oh,
donut, bad donut.
yes.
That's
Okay.
quality control. Quality assurance then says, okay, Johnny's getting 15 bad donuts for every 100 that we produce. That's a high rate. Why? And what's wrong with these donuts? They're not rising enough. Okay, they're not rising enough. So either we need to turn the temperature up so the dough fluffs up, or we need to turn the conveyor belt speed down so it spends more time beneath the heat exchange, or we need to change our formula so that, you know, the donuts look better. Right? But the quality assurance and quality control kind of go hand in hand.
I see. I like how you used Krispy Kreme as an example because that was my very first job.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I can remember it now.
Well, most people can, you know, and I can. I went there. I've only been there twice. One time I sat in the car. The other time, this was like 10, 15 years ago. And I went in, and when I saw like the donuts and the glaze, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, this is why this place was packed. I remember we waited like months. Krispy Kreme's coming to town. Krispy Kreme's coming to town. So yeah, I'll never forget that experience I had being in there. And yeah, now I use it to teach quality management.
Yeah, and he is called a picker.
Yeah, no, but yeah. That I assumed, but I knew because like that's what you would be called if you worked in like UPS or FedEx.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You do the same thing. So okay. You're the project manager of a pharmaceutical company responsible for releasing a new drug in the market. While managing the project, you have created several documents, example, project management plan, which registers and other registers, project calendars, change management, etc. All these documents should be stored in either historical information, the project documents, project or phase closure documents, configuration management system. If you got this wrong, most of the time it's baiting you to choose 4. Let me see, 110. You chose 1, historical information.
I chose
So it
4.
is historical information that
No,
becomes an
I chose
OPA.
4.
Oh, you did choose 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what they were designed to get you to choose that. But it's just a project document. So remember, like the subsidiary plans and the 3 baselines, those are project management plans. So if you had a folder on your desktop that said project management plan and you opened it up and one file was an Excel spreadsheet with the budget, another file was maybe a Visio diagram of the of the schedule. And then another document was a Word document, was a PDF of a very detailed scope statement. Okay. Those would be your 3 baselines, those 3 documents. Then you might either have another folder that has individual documents or just one other big Word document with chapters for change management plan, configuration, scope management, requirements management, time management, cost management, so on and so forth. That would be your project management plan. That folder would be a project management plan. Then you would have another folder that would say project documents. And inside that folder, you would have a risk register document. You would have a stakeholder register document. You would have a lessons learned register, an assumptions log, an issue log, a basis of estimates, the project schedule itself, right? The all of that stuff, those are just project documents. And that's what PMI is really trying to ask you here. Is like, do you know the difference between a project document and a project management plan?
I see. I think there's a typo here, so that's why I didn't choose it.
That
should be an S, right?
That and I see the in. It really should read,
yeah.
all these documents should be stored as.
Yeah. So I think that threw me off, but okay.
So you won't have to worry about that for the exam, like these little things, because you know, that's the way it's written and they're, you know, audited and you go through a process.
Yeah. This is the decoding part.
Yes.
So what is configuration management system? Is that like for changes?
Kind of.
Change requests? Or is that not part of PMI?
It is. There's a whole plan, configuration management plan. Remember, I told you they don't have their own process. The change management, configuration management, there's no plan for those. So don't forget about those 2 plans.
Okay.
The configuration management plan is the plan that your company uses to determine when your product is being built, what represents a new version versus what represents a new release. This is the agreement that you have either made with your company or that, that has been prescribed for how you will save documents. I will save it with V1, 2, 3, 4, or, final, or VA, B, C, D. I'm going to save it as month, date, year, or date, month, year, right? It's sort of the schema that you use for file names, the schema that you use to, to track changes. That's what the configuration management system is. Ultimately, that's called SharePoint for most companies, because now we have version history. We have version control. We can roll back. We can see who opened it, who checked it out. That's what a configuration management system is. It tells you all the information about all of your documents.
Okay, that makes sense.
You're an excellent technical architect. Oh, you're a role, right? Isn't that what you're called? Your project sponsor believes that you can be an effective project manager. This is an example of, okay, I've never heard of any of these. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm not going to make anything up here. I don't know what expert Pygmalion, Galatea. This could be one of those dummy questions, but hold on. Let me see if I can find this. These are likely to be the dummy questions. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And that says Galatea. So yeah, there's no such thing as Galatea. How about the halo effect? I've heard of that, but not in terms of project management. So that's not here. And then the Pygmalion, I guess. That's PYG. I know there's the expert concept's going to come up. So. PYG. Lots of P's. Lots of P's for project. Okay, here we go. Proposal, PU, PV. Nope. That might be a dummy question. I've never heard of any of those before.
So for the dummy questions, do you just automatically get those, like they'll score those as correct?
No, your exam is really only worth 175 points.
Oh, okay.
You're just answering 200 questions because, as a favor to PMI for taking their exam, they want to use you as a guinea pig so that they can determine which questions they should throw out and which ones they should keep in. Okay. You're paying for their credential and to give them data that they can use.
That's what is that? You're contributing to the project management body of knowledge.
Yep, definitely. All right. Athena is a manager of Glam Glory, an international brand of cosmetics. Lately, she finished a project on manufacturing of a new product. However, the project was successfully finished. The customer was not satisfied with the finished product's quality. The cost of poor quality can also be referred to as, remember, we have the cost of conformance and the cost of non-conformance. So here's how they make this question hard. A, cost of conformance. B, cost of non-conformance. C, internal failure costs. D, external failure costs. Now, the answer is 4. Let's see, for 121, you chose 1, the cost of conformance. So the cost of non-conformance would have been a better answer. But if they had the cost of non-conformance and then they had an external failure cost, you want to choose that one because it's just a more complete answer.
That makes sense.
But that's what it is if it's in your hands, it failed internally. If it's in your customer's hands, it failed externally. Either way, it's a failed cost, the cost of non-conformance.
Okay.
Okay, Erin is a project manager at Libra Internationals. Her project has 250 people from 5 different countries working to create a software solution to be deployed across 15 countries. One of her project leads continually misses project deadlines and undermines her authority in front of other team members. In a stakeholder meeting, she wants to settle a particular conflict with this project lead quickly and exert her authority. Which conflict management technique would Erin use? Ooh. So this is the win-lose, right? Remember, there's a win-win. There's not on there. Everything else is a lose-lose. Avoiding is lose-lose. Withdrawing's lose-lose. There's no confronting. So therefore, I need to do something where I will win. I'm going to force it.
I see. So I knew that confronting wasn't one of the ones, but like just taking from another question, they had problem solving in parentheses. So I thought that was just like a different way to say problem solving.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay, you are managing an accounting project when a new CFO is hired at your company. He will be affected by all accounting projects in your company. What is the best thing for you to do? Show him the charter, work with him to understand the current requirements, keep working on the project and get his feedback, add him to the communications plan. So if you got this one wrong, you likely chose 1 because the charter, high level, let me see, 124. Yeah. So just because they're a C-level person doesn't mean that they need high level information. Just because the project is running does not mean that you can't go and capture their requirements. I know you feel like, well, the project's already done. It's already set. It's running. We've already captured the requirements. Yeah, but if they're a CFO and they're going to be greatly affected, they're a key stakeholder. So perhaps go collect your 20 requirements. You can show them how 15 you either have met or plan to meet as part of the plan as it exists today. And the other 5, you are happy to perform some analysis and bring it to the change control board to see if they can get it into the plan. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so with that, I have 12. Okay, I know we didn't start at 9:30. 9:30 to 12 is where our original break would go. We started at 9, so we just went 3 hours. Let me do a half-hour break. Grab something to eat, something to drink, and we'll come back and we'll finish up and we'll go from 12:30. I mean, if we need to go till 3, we can. We have 2.5 hours left, but I mean, it doesn't matter. We can go as long as we need. So we'll come right back at it 12:30.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
See ya. Bye.
All right. Where did we leave off on?
126, 125.
All right. Your team has identified a risk with some of the chemicals you're using on your highway construction project. It is really difficult to mix them just right. And based on your past projects, you figured out that there's a high probability that about 14% of the chemical supply will be lost in mixing problems. You decide to buy an extra 15% of the chemicals upfront so that you will be prepared for those losses and your project won't be delayed. Which response strategy are you using? So as I'm reading this question, I'm like, okay, I find the risk. Well, I took some action to minimize the probability that I will run out and or the impact. Therefore, I've mitigated.
Okay.
What did you choose on this one? 125.
Avoid.
Avoid. You're avoiding this by buying more. Well, you're not really avoiding it because you're still going to get 15. You're still going to get a 14% loss after mixing. That you can't avoid. The only way you can avoid that is to change your formula, or you know what I mean? Like you have to change something there. So in order if you just accepted the risk, you did nothing. If you actively accept it, you put aside money to buy 14% more, when it happens. If you mitigate, you do what you do now. You just buy it up front. You don't wait for the risk event to happen. And then if you avoid, then or if you transfer this, then you would have some contract with like some insurance company or something that says that like, I'll pay a premium. And if I run out of paint, if I run out of chemical supply, then they'll provide me with some more chemicals. That's kind of how that looks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
As a project manager, you're worried about continuous bad performance of one of your team members. You have spoken to him over coffee, but there seems to be no improvement. What is the most suitable way to communicate your dissatisfaction? So it's either formal or informal, verbal or written. This is just sort of like an HR question. It's like at some point when you have somebody and they're having issues and you've spoken to them, now what do you need to do? You got to write them up. And, that's the formal written. What were you thinking on this one? Like what, when I ask you that, I mean, like what, just in general, like if you saw this and you're like, do you remember what your thought process was?
Yeah. So because the project manager already talked to the person, I was thinking the next step would be an email. So that's why informal written.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just remember, you're building a rocket ship. So you're working for a very, very corporate environment. Like in your world at a startup, that'd be very, very appropriate to have an email and just say, hey, because the email still at least documented, but it didn't need to be this big formal thing. But you know, and I would imagine at this point, Facebook's a large corporation at the time that you're working for them. So if you had some issues, likely that would have been the process, right? After you've spoken to somebody, it's like a formal write-up. Yeah. And we usually make that the last step because we don't want to put anything in people's files and that's permanent and this and that. But even then, these people have 50 write-ups and they're still around. So, all right. In a fixed price contract, the buyer decides to increase the scope of work to make the product better. In this case, which of the following can the buyer not do? Cancel the existing contract and start a new one. Start another fixed price contract for additional work. Start another cost reimbursable contract to do additional work. Issue a contract change request. Yeah, you can't just cancel and start a new one because the work's already been going on. So you either got to amend the contract or, you know, create a new one to complete the work. So this is also just one of those things where it lets you know that as a PM, we're not responsible for this. So we can't just cancel a contract. It wouldn't be up to us anyways.
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't, like the type of contract doesn't even matter then.
No. Think about it like this. You're implementing your company's software for my company. I've paid you guys, you know, whatever the fee is, and we're doing it. And then I say, hey, you know what? I have a little test thing that I'm working on. It's at my home. I have a little server set up. Can you guys come here and do that? It's either you're gonna have to add that to the contract, give me a fixed price contract, or do a cost reimbursable and say, all right, here's how much the software costs by itself. And we'll send a guy over, we'll send a tech over to, you know, to do the work, but we don't know how long it's going to cost. So it's going to be cost reimbursable. You're going to pay for their labor, their hourly labor. We'll give you a fixed price for the actual software itself. Be something like that.
Okay.
All right, you are conducting a status meeting and monitoring your risk register when you discover a risk that remains even after you implement all of your risk response strategies. Oh, we didn't talk about this. What kind of risk is this? This is the residual risk. You don't need a strategy for it, but you know, even if you're okay. Yeah, we didn't talk about residual risk and secondary risk. Let me talk about that real quick. So residual risk is when you implement a risk response and a little bit of risk remains. So if I'm remembering, we had an example about a wedding and a tent. And if it rains, we had the contingent response strategies. If it rains, then we will pop up a tent. We had the fallback plan. If it rains, then we will go inside. Okay. We had mitigation. Put up the tent now. It's not raining, but we're looking outside and we're like, it's probably going to rain later on. Let's put that tent up. We're mitigating the risk. Or avoid the threat. We just go inside, right? So now in this case, when you implement a risk response, whether you've mitigated, you've done it before the risk event happened, whether it was a contingent or a fallback response, let's say we put that tent up, but rain doesn't fall perfectly straight down. It comes at an angle. So maybe the people who are sitting on the perimeter, their socks and shoes were getting wet. In that sense, that's residual risk, right? The threat of people getting wet, we put a tent up, but along the perimeter, you know, a little bit of water got on people's shoes and socks, something like that, right? That's residual risk, a little bit of risk that remains. Another example of that would say you're driving a car and you put on your seatbelt to reduce the threat of, you know, being ejected from the car or having some sort of you know, impact. And somebody runs a light, you teambo that person, the seatbelt's there, but you get a little residual risk. Let's see. But as you fly forward, the cup, a soda that was in your hand flew out your hand, right? So it's like you went forward and boom, soda went all on the windshield, did everything. But thank God you had your seatbelt on, everything is good. That's that residual risk. A little bit of risk remains, so it keeps your body from propelling through the car. But there's still a little bit of risk that as you go, like your body's going to propel, like your neck could snap, like all those things, right? Have whiplash or something. That's the residual risk, a little bit of risk that remains. Then we have a secondary risk, and that's where you see in choice 1. A secondary risk is a risk that pops up from the result of implementing the risk response. So if we put a big tent out on a golf course to keep the rain from falling and getting people wet, can you imagine what the secondary risk is?
Sorry, can you say the last thing?
So if we put a tent up, like it's going to rain, you're getting married, you've hired me as your project manager. I see that the threat of rain looms. It's not acceptable to you for us to go inside to have an indoor wedding or to change the date or the locale, so we can't avoid it. I can't shift it with the insurance policy. You don't want to accept this threat, so you're not going to put money aside or passively accept it. So therefore we got to mitigate it, right? So now we decide, we sit down, we look at the options, and we said, okay, let's put a big tent outside. Put a big tent outside, right? Yep. What's the risk of having a big tent?
It could collapse.
It could collapse. Yep. So that's the secondary risk. Implement a risk response, put a tent up. Secondary risk, the tent could fall and hurt people. Okay. Airbags. Airbag deploys. Risk response, car impact. Please deploy airbags so that person's face does not smash or slam or anything like that, right? So there it goes. Residual risk will catch your face, but again, as you had the cup in your hand and it flew out your hand slapped the dashboard, and now you have a bruise on your hand, right? Residual risk, right? But secondary risk, airbag deploys, and that explosion that happens burns your skin a little bit. That's the secondary risk. Anytime you implement a risk response and a new risk comes up. So yesterday I was talking about bees. If I'm walking here and I see bees and that's a threat, I can walk this way and avoid the threat, or I can continue walking this way and I can put a bee suit on, right? So I put a bee suit on to mitigate the threat of being stung.
Residual I can't hear risk. You anymore.
Did I knock my... Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So I put on a bee suit so I can walk through the bees. Residual risk says that, okay, maybe I have a really long neck and the bee suit that I'm wearing is borrowed. And so there's a little bit of space, like, there's just like a little bit of here and here. And so like bees might be able residual risk. They can get in and maybe sting inside. Secondary risk is that I could get really hot and I could get a heat stroke or, suffer from dehydration or now, maybe now I get sweat in my eyes and I can't see as well, right? That's a secondary risk of implementing a risk response. Okay. So you got residual risk, a little bit of risk that remains. Secondary risk, a new risk that results as a new risk that arises as a result of implementing the response.
Got it.
So yeah, in this case, it's a residual risk, but you don't need a response strategy for residual risk, right? You've already implemented the risk responses that you could, right? So if you put on a bee suit, you can't really do anything else about the little residual risk that something might come here. You can't really do anything else about the secondary risk. Well, you could if you can foresee that coming. So like, let's use the tent. Tent pops up, residual risk, a little bit of water is going to get on. Nothing we can do. We've done the best that we can. But we can combat against the secondary risk by putting down anchors on the tent, by maybe putting up signs that say don't lean, by having people that are manned and watching the tent in case something happens. So that's the idea there, is that we can plan for other risk, but when it comes to residual risk, the little bit that remains, there's just sort of nothing you can do. You put on a bulletproof vest, but residual risk is that the vest will melt as the bullet penetrates it, and that's what slows it down. However, you may still get a big bruise on your chest, right? That's the residual risk. Some impact is still gonna hurt you. You've I wouldn't say eliminated, but you've definitely mitigated the threat of death from gunshot wound, but you still have a little bit of residual risk in that you may get a big bruise or something, right?
Right.
And what's wrong with me?
Okay.
That very grim,
That makes sense.
grim examples today of death. Oh, where's my mind at? And then secondary risk of wearing that bulletproof vest. It's heavy and it's gonna slow you down, and now you might get caught. I don't know, but just all right. Control schedule is the process of monitoring the status of the project to update project progress and manage changes to the schedule baseline. That is the word for word definition. During this process, Max undertakes various activities that allow him to identify any changes or potential changes to the project schedule. In this context, which of the following is not true about control schedule process? So I just made another mistake. This is another one where we can read. See, PMI on exam is not going to have in this context. There's never in this context, because the context is you're a project manager of a strong matrix organization doing a project that's going to take a year with 200 resources, and you have a $10 million budget, right? And sometimes you're the buyer, sometimes you're the seller. That is the context, right? So in this case, what is not true about control schedule? So let's see. The PM determines the current status of the schedule. The PM takes anticipated changes through the change control process. The PM influences the factors that create the schedule changes. The PM manages the actual schedule changes as they occur. Right now, question theory says project manager, project manager, project manager, project manager. So does the project manager determine the current status, take anticipated changes, influence factors, or manages the actual schedule? And so that's just another way when you're reading these questions that you can help decipher. You're like, all right, what would I not do if I'm controlling the schedule? And if I'm controlling the schedule, I likely wouldn't take any anticipated change. I would wait for change control. And if there are any approved changes, those become an input to direct and manage the team. So therefore, I can throw, 2 is the answer. That's kind of how you can get there. It's like, are we determining status, taking anticipated changes? As a PM, you will never take anticipated changes through the change control process. You would, I shouldn't say you should never. The way that's written is like, it just sounds like you're going to take anticipated changes, like you're going to do something.
Yeah.
The other way to read this is you're taking anticipated changes, meaning I'm taking this document with some anticipated changes through the change control process. Yes, that may be true, but when we control the schedule, that's not what we do in that process. We just make sure it adheres. And then if we need to make a change in order to make sure that the schedule adheres, then we would go perform integrated change control.
I see.
So that's why number 2 doesn't fit.
Makes sense.
Okay, Tiffany is let me read the last one. She reviewed the change and issue logs to gather some information about what conflicts could be about. After doing this, what should her next step be? Allow the team members to work through their disagreements, ask senior team members to help other members resolve, meet with all team members, have each team member discuss how they believe the changes should be made. I got to read it. Tiffany is the project manager for a project that involves developing a very important product for the company. While executing the project plan, she notices that there are a lot of disagreements and conflicts occurring among project team members, specifically regarding approved changes to the product. She reviewed the change and issue logs to gather some information about what the conflicts could be about. After doing this, what should her next step be? So allow the team members to work through their disagreements without your involvement. No. Remember, in the first instance, it is not a responsibility to resolve conflicts, but it already mentions that she notices there are a lot of conflicts and disagreements. Therefore, we're now past the first instance, so we can throw one out. 2, ask a senior team member to help the other members resolve their issues. No, if you think those team members need to resolve their issues, if they haven't done it in the first instance on their own, then you're going to go step in. You're not going to ask anybody else to do that. Okay. Then we have 3, meet with all team members, listen to each perspective, and facilitate conflict management and consensus toward project objectives. This is also another example of where when you get choices that sound very PMI-ish, right? That was like a very official sort of PMI term. Yeah. You might want to go with that. And then number 4, have each team member discuss how he/she believes the changes should be made. So this is one where you can say, all right, 3 is more assertive than 4 because I'm going to listen to each perspective and I'm going to facilitate conflict management and consensus toward the objectives rather than just having team members discuss, or rather than just asking someone to resolve it, or rather than just allowing them to work through their disagreements.
Got it.
After quality planning, you have created a component-specific tool to verify that the required steps have been performed to test your product. This can also be referred to as a checklist, operational definition, quality management plan, design of X. Likely you would choose 4 if you got this wrong. See what you choose, 146, yeah. So we talked about design for X, right?
Yeah, just
okay.
Briefly.
So this is just sort of, this question is asking you, so after quality planning, you have created a component. After quality planning, you have created, AKA, you were in the process of planning quality management and now you have an output.
Right.
So when you're reading questions from the exam, you used, oh, okay, that's a tool and a technique. You have created, oh, okay, I have an output on my hands. That's the first thing that'll help you here. And then this question is saying, do you remember that when you plan quality management, you develop a checklist that ensures that all the steps have been performed? The same way you would ensure a checklist to make sure, that, and that checklist will also be used for quality assurance. That's kind of the idea. When you go back to quality planning and you look in your notes, you'll see that where we talked about checklists. We talked about creating the metrics that we wanted to achieve, and then a checklist or, a list of steps to make sure that everybody did what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
Okay. A pharmaceutical company recently terminated a research project because it no longer seems commercially viable for the company. What is the first thing the project manager should do? Release the team members, document the lessons learned, conduct scope verification, discuss with the senior manager the reason for abrupt project termination. So it's asking you, they terminated a project and document lessons learned, discuss with the reasons. You don't need to discuss the reason because it's already been terminated. I don't need to release the team members because it's already been terminated. So we can get 1 and 4 out the way. Then should we document lessons learned or conduct scope verification? I would get this wrong if this was a question on the exam because I would choose 2. I would say, well, go ahead and document lessons learned. What's the need to test anything? What's the need to verify scope? But I guess to determine the extent to the completion of the project in this case, yeah, I mean, when I think about it, officially speaking, as an organization, yes, I would want my project manager to tell me, well, how much did we actually get done? Can we use any of this stuff? Can we sell it? Can we use it internally? I mean, I guess I can see that now.
Yeah.
Right? But,
okay.
I don't like this question, conduct scope verification. I mean, what is the first thing? And I don't know that that's correct from PMI. So, we'll chalk this up to this could be a dummy question. And the PMI would probably say, what's the best thing? Right?
Yeah.
Because PMI is not prescriptive about, first, second, third, unless we're talking about a process group, a knowledge area. So if they say you have just planned schedule management, what is the first thing the project manager should do next? Oh, you should define activities, right? After define activities, we should sequence activities, right? Unless it's asking you that, for the most part, PMI is not prescriptive about what you should do next. Because when you're in a process group, you can be planning, you can start at, and I think I mentioned this, if we're in construction, the first thing that we do is we look at safety. We look at risk. We look at what could go wrong that could hurt people. When I work with IT companies, the first thing they look at is requirements. What do we got to do for the end user? When I think about working with pharmaceutical companies, the first thing they think about is quality. FDA approval, we got to think about that first. Like, what's all the things that we got to ensure to meet our regulatory requirements? So when you're planning and you're in that process group, you can start with any knowledge area that you want. However, when you pick a knowledge area, you do have to follow those steps. Like if I'm doing risk management, I have to identify risk first in order to qualify, then quantify, and then come up with a risk response, right?
Right.
So that's kind of the idea, that you do have to follow the order. You can skip some, meaning I can identify risk and then come up with the risk responses. I don't have to qualify and quantify my risk. I can just go straight to coming up with the response. But I do have to sort of follow that order. I have to identify them first before I can do anything second. All right. That's kind of the idea there. Managing and balancing stakeholders are the key challenges for a project manager. What are common updates made throughout the project stakeholder management process? So we have documents, the plan, EEFs. And then we have documents, OPAs, and the plan. Then we have OPAs, the issue log, and the register. And we have OPAs, the management plan, and the log. So if I'm throughout the project stakeholder management processes, okay, I see what they're saying, because it's more than one. So I was going to say I'm inclined to throw out 3 because oh yeah, updates, OPA updates, updates to the issue log, updates to the stakeholder register, updates to the documents, OPAs, updates to the plan, updates to the documents. Yeah, so technically speaking, number 2 and number 3 are the same thing. Do you see that?
Because issue log is a project document.
Yes.
And so are stakeholder registers.
Yes. And it didn't include the plan. And so that's why it's not as complete as number 2.
Oh, I see.
Okay. And then number 4 gives you OPAs, the plan, and the issue log. But the issue log that's also the same as number 2, except the issue log is a project document. So there's other documents that you would update, such as the stakeholder register. So number 3 and number 4 help you cancel each other out.
Okay.
And then I get back, then it's between 1 and 2, and I think about the documents, the plan, and then EEFs, and I'm like, would I update OPAs when dealing with stakeholders, or would I update EEFs? Now, remember this, when you are dealing with stakeholders, they're not on your team. So I remember we said when we acquire resources, whether they're people, materials, machines, supplies, we update the environment.
Yeah.
When we identify stakeholders, that doesn't update our environment. The environment was already there. We just found out that they're a stakeholder within our environment. So in that case, we would throw out 1 and, we would be left with 2.
Right. Makes sense.
One second. Okay. Hunter works for PMA Aspire LLC. He is interviewing candidates for the position of project manager in a company. What is the most important characteristic you would like to see in a project manager? So this goes back to that thing that says in communication, you'll see in the slides where it says, we spend 90% of our time communicating.
Right.
Now, what's interesting about this, if you were to think about your past interviews for being a project manager and what you put on your resume, it's funny because we talk all about our industry experience. We talk all about the technical, knowledge that we have to manage the project. I see very few people who focus on their ability to communicate well. They'll write that I'm a great communicator, or, we'll say that, but we won't focus on the things that actually show. So this is really interesting from PMI. This is just me sort of thinking out loud here. But let me ask you, what do you think about that statement I just made? Do you think that that's accurate, that people don't really talk about how their skills are good? They'll just list it, but they will talk about their technical knowledge and their industry experience.
Yeah. Yeah, interview formats are much that way.
Yeah, it's just interesting how they,
Yeah.
but it's like looking at this, and I'm kind of thinking out loud. This has nothing to do with your exam or anything, but I'm thinking like, okay, I need to shift the way I think about how I interview project managers. When I interview them, that should be the most important thing, because you don't need to know anything about the project. If you understand how to communicate and how to probe and ask questions, you will learn what you need to learn about the project,
Yeah.
along the way of developing the chart and developing the plan. So
Yeah. I guess maybe like hiring managers get a sense of how they communicate then when they're asking these types of questions, like just by talking to them.
maybe, but it's like, as a project manager, and I'm making an assumption here, but I think I'm right. When you communicate with people, whether your team, stakeholders outside, the majority of it is some form of written electronic communication.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
So it's like, that's when I was saying communicating, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I need to more evaluate. How are you gonna, if a CEO asks you a question, a director asks you the same question, a team member asks you the same question, you will have the same response in 3 different methods and types of communication.
Mm-hmm.
So that's almost like a new question for me now. Like, when I interview somebody,
Like good questions, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Moving on. Liam is a project manager in Lime and Lemon Group of companies. When he encounters constraints as a project manager, in which document will he record the information about these constraints? So you have the issue log, the risk register, the scope statement, the change management plan. You're probably inclined to pick one. Let me see, 167. Yeah, you picked one because it's an issue, but he encounters constraints. He didn't encounter issues between people.
Right.
So that's where the issue log wouldn't come in. And then he encountered issues about constraints. He didn't encounter issues that may impact one or more of his project objectives positively or negatively. That's what a risk is. That's like the word for word definition of a risk from PMI, right? Some unknown event that will impact one or more of your project objectives positively or negatively. Okay, so that didn't happen. And then a change management plan is a how. Nothing about my project will ever be in a plan. Say that one more time. Nothing about your project will ever be in a plan. It's always going to be a how. Yeah, like when you create a project management plan, and I wonder if you see this now, if you were to create one, because most people that I talk to in these instances, they've never created a project management plan, which is okay. We've created a lot of project plans, but a management plan is something different. And once you create that management plan, especially for the work that you do, even the work that I do, once I create a management plan, I don't need to create another one. That same management plan I can use for almost all of my projects. I might have to tweak a few things here and there, depending on the nature of the project and the stakeholders. But ultimately, the way I'm going to estimate the schedule and the time, the way I'm going to, plan quality management and the tools I'm going to use, all those things are likely going to be pretty static. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
So just remember that nothing specific to the project will ever be in a plan. The project schedule is not part of your project management plan. That's a project document. Now, the schedule baseline, that sort of modified, accepted, and approved version, yeah, that's what goes in the project management plan, but our project schedule does not. The cost baseline, yeah, that does, but all of your estimates and the numbers and how you derive that, that's a project document. The risk register, stakeholder register, lessons learned register, the PMI, these are very, very, very important documents. The requirements traceability matrix, those are not part of the project management plan. The only 2 documents, they're not really project documents because they're part of the project management plan, but the only 2 documents that you can think that begin out as a document are the scope statement and the WBS along with the WBS dictionary. Because then those 3 documents combined become the scope baseline, and that's one of the 3 baselines that sit within the project management plan. But everything else, stakeholder register, risk register, all the other stuff, that's a project document, not part of the plan. I just want to say that a lot to you so that you remember Nothing specific to the project will ever be in a plan. It will be in a baseline.
Got it.
Okay. Now the baseline is part of the management plan, but they won't call it that on the exam. They'll either call it the baseline or they'll call it a project document. So that should help you.
Got it.
Okay, I can't read the last sentence. So you're involved in manufacturing ball bearings using lathe machines. The ball bearing should have a diameter of 5 centimeters. Allowable control limits are 4.95 to 5.05. Measurements made at the end of the process for the bearings produced are, oh, gosh, we didn't. Okay, I'm having a hard time reconciling. When I say hard time, I'm sort of like, my slides, I'm recognizing that I sent you through, as we updated them, there's some key stuff that we took out that I'm double thinking this. I'm just kind of being upfront with you here. So one of the things that we took out was the control chart because people just don't see it that much on the exam. And even though this is just one question and it's a mock question that's not from PMI, there's still this part of me that's like, So let me talk about the control chart. I feel like I didn't. Did I tell you what the control chart's about?
No, but I do remember just touching on like whether something's out of control or in control, but I don't remember a chart.
All right, so let me just do this, if you will. Let me go here. Okay. Okay, and then, oh, but I can't do that. Oh, I can join this meeting though. Okay, so Zoom. That way I can annotate. And I'm gonna draw one for you real quick, explain it, and that should help. So let's go to meetings, and this is the virtual evening Sunday. Okay. Okay, so and we don't need audio here. Oh. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, and now let me annotate. All right. So, in order to annotate, I need to go here. Oh, I have to make myself move from a panelist to a host. Okay, co-host in there. All right. Now in this one, you may have to stop your share.
Okay.
Okay, so now from here, I'm gonna share my screen. Whiteboard. Let's see, come here. I want to share content. I want to share a whiteboard. Okay. So you see my whiteboard, right?
Yep.
Okay. So control chart will look like this. We'll have some, let's change my colors here. We'll have some line. And this becomes my average. Okay. And then we'll have our control limits. Okay. And then and what they're talking about, this was the 4.95 to the 5.05, right? With an average coming in at 5. Okay. So then, and by the way, these are your control limits. Let me get this out the way. Okay. These are my control limits in yellow. And then here's your spec limits. Okay. And the spec limits could be, whoops, could be 5.1 and 4.90. Okay. So now on a control chart, as we're building, what was the example here? What were they talking about? This 4.95, 5.05.
Screws or something.
Screws. Okay. So let's use this as, I think the example that I gave you last time was if we have, I think I likely use the eastern span of the Bay Bridge, because I use that example all the time because it's a real one. People remember when the eastern span was being replaced, and there was some controversy over the nuts and bolts.
Right.
Okay. So Department of Transportation says that you need to have a bolt that comes up at 5 millimeters. Okay, 5 millimeters. Okay. And when the temperature gets hot and it goes to above 120 degrees Fahrenheit, this thing should not contract more than 5.05. Actually, excuse me. This thing should not contract more than 5.1, right? It shouldn't contract more than 1/10 of a millimeter. And when the temperature gets, below freezing, it shouldn't contract. So we got expansion here at the top and contraction, right? So these are the specifications from Department of Transportation. And as long as we produce nuts and bolts that fall within the spec, we're good. Our goal is to get them at 5, right? And so now here's what happens. We'll say that, you know what, we want to set a control limit to be at 5.05 and 4.95. We know that the government's going to be okay with 4.9 and 5.0, but we want to give them a higher quality product, a higher grade product. So now we have our control chart and we're getting measurements, right? And our measurements ideally would be right on the line, some above, some below. And ideally it would look something like this, okay? Ideally, that's what your control chart would look like. Something like this. Yeah, you might have some out there, but ideally you have none of this stuff here. Uh-oh, what just happened? You would have none of, oh, I guess I can't do that one. All right. You would have none of these lines there. I don't want to do that either. These blue lines, I'll do it anyways. You'd have none of these blue lines here, and you'd have none of them there, right? Because that's considered to be out of control. Okay. So ideally, you're looking like this. You just have these 1 dots here, right? Okay. Now, what happens is anytime you get a nut or a bolt that's outside of your control lines, that's considered to be out of control. All right. And that means that your product is defective. So this is a defect. Even though it's within the specs, within our project plan, we produced a bolt that at 120 degrees, it expanded more than 5.05 and it contracted more than 5.95. Defect. Follow me so far? Defect here, defect here. The other way to get a defect is the rule of 7. All right. So now you have these dots and it's going like this. And all of a sudden you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 before you get one here. Now, technically speaking, it's within your area. All right. It's within the control limits. However, when you get the rule of 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's, well, here's 7, right? It's more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once you get 7 measurements on the same side of the mean, the same side of the average, that means that your process is out of control. And now you better go and investigate. So a better way for me to explain this is, let's use bottles of water, and you have a conveyor belt, and The bottle comes, water gets poured, and it moves on. Next bottle comes, moves on, right? And the water gets in there, and then a little cap gets put on it with the machine, switches on a little cap, and then it goes to another spot. And as it comes to the next spot, we have some heating element that touches it, boom, 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 all the way around, and it seals that cap. It gives a little seal, and then it goes to another machine, slaps on the label, then it goes into a crate, and eventually that crate reaches a truck, to a store, to your mouth. Okay. So as we're producing these bottles of water, in the government, FDA will say you're only allowed to have so much space between, like, that gap between the water and the cap can only be so much, or else you're going to get bacteria, or you're going to other stuff, right? And you can't have too little space. You cannot fill it all the way up, because then you won't get a clean seal. Okay. So imagine that, most of the stuff is 12 ounces, something like that, right? 12 ounces. Now imagine that our numbers here, would be 12.95, right? Or maybe 11.95 and 12.05, right? The government will allow us to have a bottle that has up to 12.05 ounces and at least 11.95 ounces. And so we're producing all of these bottles, and we're within the range, and everything's good. Then all of a sudden, we have these 7 bottles that all were produced on this same side of the mean. Now, those bottles aren't defective. We don't have to throw them out like this one that had 12.07 or 12.08, and the government won't let us sell it. Or this one that had 11.9, 11.92, 11.91. These are defectives. We got to throw them out. These are not defective. However, when you get 7 on the same side of the mean, PMI calls this the rule of 7. Well, PMI doesn't call it. That's what it's called. It's called the rule of 7. And the rule of 7 says that anytime you get 7 consecutive data points on any side of the mean, which is either here or 7 consecutive points down there, then your process is out of control. Maybe what's happening is we're getting a bottle, and just before it goes, it starts dispensing again. Drip, and it gets a little bit in. Drip, and it gets a little bit in. And so now, all of a sudden, you have all of these bottles here that have a little bit more. You better go check your process out, because that drip is likely going down the side of the bottle. It's, didn't make it in all the way. Maybe the conveyor belt's getting wet. And then as it goes around and slides around the metal piece that keeps it in place, it's going to cause rust, which will slow down your bottle. So eventually you'll have a bottle that comes here and not here. And now the water is just dispensing, everywhere. That's the idea of the rule of 7. If we produced 7 items that are on the same side of the mean in a row, our process is out of control. We need to go check it out.
Got it.
So those are the 2 ways to have a defect. You can have a defect in your process, or you can have a defect here as by rule of 7. Okay.
Thank you.
And this is also how we can use a control chart to measure quality. Because if my department, I go back to the nuts and bolts, and we go back to this being a 5 and this being a 5, right? Well, I can produce a nut and a bolt that comes up here, and it's still in spec. It's still totally acceptable to sell. So now it's like, oh crap, we've just created a compound that made a nut and a bolt that doesn't contract more than 5 or less than 5. This can be grade 2. The ones that contract all the way up here and down there, these are all grade 1s, right? Everything that falls inside here, and these grade 1s, we sell them for 99 cents a bolt. All the stuff that falls in here, these are grade 2, and we can sell these for $1.99 a bolt. Both high quality, both will meet the requirements with consistency, meaning I will not expand more than 5.1 or contract less than 4.9. But if I sell you one that won't contract more than 5.05 or 4.95, then that's a higher grade. And I can even create one compound that maybe doesn't change at all, right? It stays right there. And now if you want these nuts or bolts, you got to pay $9.99 a piece. So that's how companies use control charts to determine, if they need to back off on quality, don't make something that's over processed, or to increase the level of quality to meet the requirements with consistency. And this doesn't have to be for quality testing. This can be for, we used it when we moved data centers, and we'd say, hey, we moved data centers of a specific type. Why did it take so long as compared to our other issues? Or why did we finish this up so soon? Did we grossly under or overestimate? Did we have the right or the wrong people? And then we use it as an opportunity to conduct lessons learned. So just many ways to use this chart, but this is the control chart. Okay,
Makes
now how do
sense.
I exit out of this? Let's see. What do I do here? I'll probably hit this button. Stop share. There we go. Okay, so now you can share again, but that's the rule of 7.
Okay. Okay. So the answer was
Let me turn this thing on.
1. So when I was looking at this, it looked like the measurements were within the control, what is it called?
The control
Limits.
limit?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. They should have a diameter of 5 and allowance 4.95 to 5.05. So measurements made after 4 point. So remember, 5 is in the middle, right? So below 5 is on one side, above 5 is on the other. So let's see if we get 7 in a row that are bad. 4.96, 98, 501, that's good. 03, 02, 01, 03, 04, 02. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You had 7. 5.01, 03, 02, 01, 03, then 5.04, 5.02. I had 7 measurements that were on the same side of the mean. My process is out of control. So choice 1 would be the answer here. That's the rule of 7.
I see. Okay. I get it now. But the wait.
But the product itself.
Yeah, the product is not
correct.
Is okay. Makes sense.
There are different organizational structure in different types of organization. You are a project manager in a top-ranked company which has a projectized organizational structure. In this context, which of the following statements is incorrect? So again, PMI speak would say all of the following except which is true. Or all of the following statements except which is not true. All right, that's how they like to, All right, so team members are often co-located. Could be true in a projectized organization. You're only working on the project. So more than likely when team members are there, the only place for them to work is the project. So that makes sense. Think construction site. Okay. There is a home for project team members after a project is completed. So this goes back to remembering that, when we have a projectized organization, the pros and the cons, the good thing about it was that you had a total level of authority. The bad thing about it is that either team members are on the bench or team members get released at the end of the project. And that's what makes number 2 wrong. Number 3 is true. You have a great deal of authority. That's the pro. And number 4, org units either report directly to you or provide support services to the various projects. Yes. In that case, in a projectized organization, everyone's reporting to you, right? Because everyone is sort of like under your contract per se.
Mm-hmm.
The project manager for a construction project discovers that the local city council will vote on a zoning change that would open up a new neighborhood to commercial building. She contacts other construction companies in the area that would benefit from a change to ask them to attend the council meeting in order to convince the city council to vote for the change. A yes will benefit all the companies. This is an example of which risk response strategy. So the first thing that you have to do here is ask yourself, is this a threat or is it an opportunity?
Opportunity.
So now if it's an opportunity, the only thing that we can do with opportunities is to see the money, share, enhance, or exploit. So therefore we can throw out 1. We know we can't mitigate because we're talking about an opportunity. And then you ask yourself this, if I share, I got to introduce third parties. If I exploit, I got to change something. And if I enhance, I got to take some action to increase the probability or the impact, just like if I mitigate a threat. So in here, it didn't, you may want to choose enhance because you're like, oh man, I'm taking action to increase the probability that I'm going to get this. Well, no, you're not. You haven't increased the probability that you will get it at all. All you're doing is trying to introduce other like third, fourth, fifth party members so that you guys can all share in this opportunity because you alone cannot do it yourself. But there's nothing here. I know it sounds like you took an action to enhance the opportunities or to increase the benefit. But as soon as they talk about a third party, all right, she contacts other construction companies in the area. As soon as you see that, before you even finish this, you should be thinking, okay, we're either transferring a threat or sharing an opportunity, you know, because that's the only time you're going to have a third party. Every other time with risk questions, at least for the exam, if you're doing it on your own, and when I say on your own, the project team is doing it on their own. But the second you introduce a third party, you're either going to be sharing or you're going to be transferring.
I see.
So that should help you out, just like, you know, moving forward, when you see these questions.
Okay.
Just little questions you got to ask yourself. Okay, third party involved? No. Doing something different? No. Taking action to, am I just putting aside money? No. Am I just like accepting it? No. Okay, I must be taking some action. All right. Or I must be sharing, or I must be teaming. So that, you know, you just ask yourself those questions and that'll help.
Okay, that's useful.
Let's see if I can read the last one. You decide to follow the lead developer's advice over the objections of other team members. Which of the following best describes this scenario? Nope, got to read it. So you're the manager, you are managing a software engineering project when two team members come to you with a conflict. The lead developer has identified an important project risk. You have a subcontractor that may not deliver on time. Another developer doesn't believe that the risk is likely to happen. However, you consult the lessons learned from previous projects and discover that the subcontractors failed to deliver the work on two previous projects. The lead developer suggests that you have two team members take 3 weeks to research the component being built by the subcontractor and come up with some initial work that you can fall back on in case the subcontractor does not deliver. You decide to follow the lead developer's advice over the objections of the other teammate. Which of the following best describes this scenario? So transfer, did I shift the risk to somebody else? No. Mitigate, did I take some action or activity that would minimize the probability and or the impact? Yep, I did that. Because if they, you know, we did some initial work that we can fall back if the subcontractor doesn't deliver, we've already mitigated that, right? We didn't avoid it because we're still going to do the work, and we didn't accept it because we decided to do something about it.
Got it.
What did you choose here? 174, you chose avoidance. What made you think you're avoiding it? Because you were having this stuff done, you're like, oh, we'll just avoid that by having extra bodies do work?
Yeah, even though that is taking action. I think I took avoidance, like the definition of it out of context of PMI.
That's okay. You and everyone else does the same thing until about the fourth exam. I have to keep hammering that home so that you understand that, like, you know, some of this is just foolery. Like, it's not that you don't know it. It's not that you don't understand it. And I couldn't even say that it's that you took it out of context. It's just that you took it out of, or if we're going to say you took it out of context, you just took it out the context of PMI speak. After your third or fourth exam, you'll become an expert in PMI speak. And then you won't take it out of context. You'll be like, nope, this is what you're trying to ask me.
Nice.
The stuff that I'm telling you, by the way, like when I'm saying, like, you know, this is what PMI is asking you and this is what does it immediately make sense when I say that to you?
Yeah, it
Okay.
does. And it helps, like, you know, clarify things.
Okay, good. Which of the following is important to consider when creating the requirements management plan due to its influence on how requirements will be managed throughout the project lifecycle? So you got the team members, you got the how, you got the PM themselves, and you have the phase-to-phase relationship. So which of the following is important to consider if we create a requirements management plan that will tell us how to manage requirements throughout the life cycle of the project? Will the team members influence how we manage those requirements? Will our scope management plan do that? will the PM do that, or will the face-to-face relationship of the project do that? Now, face-to-face relationship, this is like just like activities. You know, they have finish to start, start to start, start to finish, and start to start, or finish to finish. So in that sense, that's why the answer is the way it is, right? Because you have to know what the phases are in order. How am I going to manage these requirements? Am I going to put them all on a traceability matrix right now? Or will all these sit in requirements documentation? And for this phase, we'll use a traceability matrix. For the next phase, we'll actually use a backlog because we're going to build a software. And for the third phase, we'll actually just use a checklist. That's kind of where that comes from. But there's no real good answer to this one, except sort of, when I say no real good answer, I mean there's no real good explanation to teach this to you, except sort of process of elimination. Will team members help me? No, team members will never help me manage anything, because as a PM, I'm always responsible, except for conflict resolution in the first instance, being a risk owner, or negotiating procurements. Right? That's like just PMI speak. You think that way. And then scope management plan. Well, that's not going to help me, because that plan is going to tell me how I'm dealing with scope. And you're asking me about requirements. So I can throw that out too. And then you get down to the project manager and the face-to-face. And if you didn't know or you weren't sure, you'd pick 4 because it's the longest answer. But you could also say, well, the PM, am I going to influence how requirements be managed? Well, although I am a stakeholder, no, the project needs to do, like, whatever the project needs is what I will do. So therefore, the face-to-face relationship is likely going to influence how I will manage these requirements. Okay. So a lot of it is just turning your logic, how you talk to yourself now when you're answering these questions, still talking to yourself in the same manner, but switching the PMI speak. And then that will help you sort of decipher, the route that you should be taking.
Okay.
As a project manager, Lauren is aware that changes are bound to occur during projects. While monitoring and controlling changes on her project, she used the term scope creep. What does that term refer to? So you have uncontrolled expansion, controlled expansion, manageable expansion, unmanageable expansion. Again, you're understanding what I'm starting to do when I answer these questions, right? How I'm like, I don't need to uncontrolled expansion. Anything after that I don't need to read that yet. All right. And as I go back and look into them, after the word expansion, I see product or project scope, product or project scope, product or project scope, here goes one with. The first 3 said without. So maybe question theory says first look to prove or disprove number 4. Unmanageable expansion to product or project scope with adjustments to time, cost, and resources. Oh, well, if I'm adjusting time and cost, then I would not be getting scope creep. So we can go ahead and throw 4 out. And we notice that 1, 2, and 3 all say without adjustments to time, cost. Okay. So I know if they're all without, is it uncontrolled expansion, controlled expansion, or manageable? Well, if I'm controlling something and if I'm managing it, then I shouldn't allow it to creep away from me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you're controlling, like think about, I'm going to use kids because we went to the farm yesterday and I lost my son on the farm all for 30 seconds. My wife's not going to let me forget this for another 10 years, but I didn't really lose him, right? He was with me and my parents, my wife's parents were in town. So Nadia's mom, her dad, her mom and her dad were there, and my older son, and they were all standing by the tractor. And I had my camera and I'm like taking pictures of bees and stuff because I'm crazy. And he's there with me, but he starts walking backwards to the crowd. So in my mind, he's walking towards the crowd and you guys are all looking at me. So you see him. So I'm just taking my pictures. And then when I'm done, about 45 seconds later, a minute later, trying to get the perfect shot of a bee on there with a nice like fuzzy background, I look up and he's gone. My wife goes, "Where's Rio?" And I'm like, well, I don't know. So Rio. Now we're all yelling Rio. And it's obvious he's gone on this huge farm with all kinds of equipment and animals and places for him to like do things that wouldn't be good. But,
oh my gosh.
Right. So I bring that up to say, because kids is like a good example for us to look at that, right? So you have your daughter, right? If you are controlling your daughter's movements, will she creep away from you?
No.
If you're managing her movements, she can creep away from you.
No.
And if she's in an unmanageable position, meaning, you know, if she's unmanageable, well, she can creep away, but in that case, you wouldn't be able to adjust her for an amount of time. Like if you can control her, it's like, okay, I can adjust what you're thinking for a second by, saying something funny or giving you a grape or something, a piece, some water or some food or, whatever, the stuff I'm looking around. You can do that, but without it, you can't. So that's what scope creep is. It's uncontrolled. It's uncontrolled expansion. It's where you don't collect change requests. And so now the scope is creeping away from the amount of money and time that you have.
Got it.
That's the idea. What did you pick here? 76, 4, unmanageable. What made you pick that? Or did you just not see that the last one said with versus without?
So I took it as like scope creep occurred. So there needed to be changes to the time, cost, and resources. So with, but I think I had it reversed.
I see.
Yeah.
So a lot of times also if the question doesn't say it, don't make it up in your head, because that's what we want you to do. And when I say we, like I also write questions for the exam, right? So who knows? You might get one of my questions. Who knows?
Cool.
Right? But the idea is, we're trying to lead you down a path. We're trying to get you to choose something that you otherwise wouldn't. And the easiest way is for us to write stuff that's kind of vague, that forces you to fill in the blank. And when you fill in the blank, whatever you fill in the blank with is going to be so much more vivid than what you read. Because what you read is made up. What you filled your head in is some past experience. And that past experience becomes vivid. And so then you start to go down the path. Well, yeah, if that happened, then this is what I would do. And this is what I would do. And that's what we want you to do. We want you to choose the answer that's, what would Karen do if she was at work? When the answer should be, what would the PMBOK do? That's how you have to answer every question. What would the PMBOK do? That's why on day one, I said, what if you remember those little, what would Jesus do type little, you need to have one of those. I might make some money if I did. Hey, put your PMBOK wristband on, man. WW PMBOK. But that literally is the idea. I mean, I'm kind of saying that tongue in cheek, but it literally is the idea. Is you got to think, what would the PMBOK do?
Got it.
All right. We have, as a buyer, doing control procurements. So I'm now in monitoring, controlling. You have recently conducted an audit of your seller to determine a weakness in the seller's processes that need to be corrected. Okay. This is, now, before I even move on, this is something that so remember that PMI, there's a lot of government contracts, and there's something called 8A in our government, which says that and I know this because I'm actually going for this, which is as a small business, you can team up with a much larger business, and then they're set aside, just like minority business, women owned, all that stuff. They're set aside for 8As that, say, hey, you need to have some big, large company oversee you and help you with, hiring and firing and accounting and all of these things. They need to be a mentor company. And if you have one of those, we'll give you a preferential contract versus just some large company on their own or some small company on their own. We want this one large company to mentor the smaller company so that the smaller company can eventually become large and then compete with the larger company. So that way we as the government will have more opportunities, right? More competition will drive the quality up and drive the price down. And so that's kind of, I'm just giving you the background on sort of the PMI and why they do these things, right? So now as we're looking at the auditor and at the seller and looking at the weaknesses in their processes, in real life, you would not do that, because if they have a weak process, it's usually to your advantage as a buyer. So I just want to mention that right now. When you see stuff like this, it's just because a lot of what PMI does is rooted in government contracts. Okay, now with that being said, you're auditing the seller to determine weaknesses in their processes that need to be corrected. You want to document the results of the audit and the communication with the seller. This should be done using a performance report, correspondence, a change request, and a procurement audit. Now, correspondence was so obvious that it was just probably that can't be the answer.
Yeah.
So more than likely, you probably chose 4. Let's see, 181. You chose 1, a performance report. Yeah, I mean, I could see that too, because that's also an input to control procurements. You need to know how the project is doing, so that way you can tell the vendor or the seller how they are doing as compared to the project overall. But yeah, this is just one of those. This is just another example of when data becomes information, becomes a report, becomes a project communications, aka or correspondence. That's the PMI speak.
Okay.
And it should be done using correspondence because it's documented. And, and then we can say, hey, Mr. Mrs. Seller, we tried to help you. We gave you this information. Look, here goes the email that I sent you. Here's a date and time span. In fact, I requested a read receipt. Not only did you click yes, but my tracking software says that you opened it from a mobile device and it was pinging from a server near San Jose. So I'm pretty sure it's you, right? That type of deal. That's why the correspondence comes in.
I see.
You are a retail company which routinely buys goods from foreign countries. Since currency fluctuation is an important risk, you keep all other factors constant and try to find out how much your project will be impacted if the currency rate fluctuates 5, 10, 20, or 25%. This helps you determine appropriate risk response. This can also be effectively shown using beta probability distributions, expected monetary value analysis, a tornado diagram, simulation. If you got this wrong, you might have chose 2. Let's see, 182. Chose 1. Beta probability distributions. And what and why? Because you were thinking standard deviations and confidence intervals?
Yeah, I just guessed on this one.
Okay, that's okay. So the word simulation to us, we tend to think software, technology, computers. Okay, but that's not the case. If you, how do I explain this? Okay. Does your daughter know how to ride a bike?
Yes.
Okay.
Just learned.
She just learned. Isn't it Corona great? You get to do all these things.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just got some bikes too.
Yeah, nice, huh? Yeah. They were like, you couldn't get them anywhere. Like everybody was riding bikes. They're all back.
Right.
Okay, so right before she learned to balance on her own and you took those training wheels off, you likely like held the back of her seat and kind of ran or walked behind her a little bit to get her going. That's a simulation. You or your husband probably demonstrated or rode the bike and said, hey, look, see me. That's a simulation. Okay. So if you just work this out on the board that said, what would it look like at 5%, at 10%, at 20%, at 25%, and you look at the numbers, you've simulated what that would look like. That's a simulation. So just know that for PMI, that's like the what if scenario analysis. That's a simulation. That's a type of simulation. What if we did this? And when you think about it, now I shouldn't say that's a simulation. The what if scenario analysis becomes a simulation when you actually do it. So it's like, you got 4 cups of water. When you're trying to raise the water temperature and you have different compounds you have at your disposal, unlimited. You have salt, you have sugar, you have rocks, and you have, I don't know, flaxseed. Okay. What if we poured a bunch of sugar in this glass? What if we poured a quarter cup of sugar? Would it make the water rise? If we poured a quarter cup of salt, would it make the water rise? If you put a quarter cup of flaxseed, that's a simulation as well. So I'm only beating this into your head so that you know that simulation is just a way for us to do something to see what would happen, and then we go and we proceed accordingly with the larger overall full scale plan. So I hope that helps, like, just moving forward when you see stuff like this. A simulation doesn't, because I talked a lot about Monte Carlo simulation, which is computer rated, right? Running tens of thousands of simulations. But that's because you want to run tens of thousands. Like a computer, you need to do that, right? But just to run a few, you don't need a computer to run a few simulations. So I just want to state that, because I know that PMBOK doesn't really, they don't get into these specifics about certain, things about their tools and techniques. So that's, the long-winded version of simulations.
That helps. Thank you.
You are taking over a project that is currently in the planning stage. The previous project manager worked with the team to finalize the process of defining activities, and you joined the team at the end of this process. The next process requires a determination and documentation of the relationship among project activities. Of the following, which is a tool and a technique used in this process? And here goes another example of where I literally just read the last two sentences. The next process requires the determination and documentation of the relationships among project activities. And then you could stop there and you would say relationships. Oh yeah, that's finish to start, start to start, finish to finish. When do we do that? In sequence activities? Okay, great. And they'll say of the following, which is a tool and technique used in this process? We'll say schedule baseline. Nope, that's an output. That's something we get. Activity list. Nope, that's an output. That's something we get. So you can immediately throw 1 and 2 out because those are not tools and techniques. Those are outputs, right? And then you see dependency termination and schedule compression. Those are the 2 tools and techniques. If you didn't know what schedule compression was, you would pick 3 because it's the longest answer. But if you did and you said, okay, well, the schedule compression is where I'm actually looking to finish sooner. And so this has nothing to do with how we determine the relationships. I'm going to pick the dependencies. Right? That's one way to backdoor your way into these answers.
Okay.
So remember, you can't just read and pick. I know you've been eliminating too, but I hope that on some of these that you did just read and pick and recognize that, oh yeah, crap, I next time I can't do that.
Yep.
Did that happen to you anywhere here?
Like go back on some answers?
No, not go back. Are there any answers out of the 200 questions? How many times did you read the question and were like, oh yeah, I know this, and you just picked it and you moved on?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay. That's the fastest way to fail the exam.
Okay.
So I'm serious.
Yeah.
The quickest way to fail it is to just pick an answer. The longest way to pass, which is the easiest way, remember that, the quick way is to failure. The long route is to passing. It says that you read the choices, you read the last 1 or 2 sentences first, you read the A, B, C, or D, see if you can answer it. And even if you can, you still go back and read the rest of the question to ensure. And then if you're not sure, you eliminate the ones that you know it can't be for sure. With the new PMP exam, you get to right click one of those and it'll strike through. If you want to mark it for review, come back, but you got a 50-50 and you can pick one with the longest answer, and more than likely you'll pass it. Just doing that. Only if you can eliminate it down to a 50-50. If you can't eliminate it, then picking the longest one ain't going to help you. You can eliminate down to a 50-50, like narrow it down, and the ones that you don't know, and you just pick the longest one, that's going to get you 70% of those points that you don't know. All right. So those are the approaches that you have to do when you take this exam. You have to eliminate the wrong ones. You can't just answer. And I hope that, like, as you've been listening to me answer these questions, you've seen my process, how I look to do that all the time. Even when I know the answer, I look to disprove the other ones because that's just as important. And now think about how you scored a 61 on your first time. And now just giving you this next tip is probably going to be good for 10%, right? It's good for another 20 questions. That's 71. And then you just slowing down, taking the full 72 seconds, is probably good for another 20 questions, 10%. That's 81, right? That's 3 practice exams that'll get you after today, get you to 80%. And then on the 4th one, when you take it, now it's, okay, did I write down my brain dump in less than 12 minutes? And did I answer all the questions? Like, I only guessed on a certain percentage. And when I guessed, I used the right, sort of technique. And then if you're breaking 80 on that point, you go take your exam. Because at that point, you've seen the questions enough. You understand what they're trying to ask you, where they're trying to trick you. You've gotten enough knowledge memorized. You've gotten enough knowledge absorbed that you maybe not memorized, but you understand. And now you have a system for answering the questions. You're golden.
Nice.
You're golden.
Got it.
One of the most common challenges in project management is determining whether or not a project was successful. This is true. Project stakeholders may have different ideas as to what the successful completion of a project will look like and which factors are the most important. It is critical to clearly document the project objectives and to select measurable objectives. 3 questions that the key stakeholders and the project manager should answer include each option except, right? PMI again would say the three questions that the key stakeholders and the project manager should answer include all of the following except which. Right? It's likely how they would have worded that very last phrasing. Okay, so what does success look like? How will success be measured? What factors may impact success? None of the above options apply. What did you choose here? 185. You chose 3. So you probably missed the except.
Oh, yes, I did, because I was like, all of these apply.
Yeah, so this goes back. So when I say you probably had 20 questions like this, that you just, from the language, by the time you get to the fourth and the fifth one, like after 3, you don't get caught up on those anymore. You know what's good for. That right there is good for 10%, right? That's 20 more questions. That takes you to 70, 71% from where you're at. I know you guessed on some, right? But still, it takes you up. So that's kind of the idea about this exam, that there's Karin, there's so much stuff I want to say to you because it's just you and it's not a class. And there's like all these truths that I want to tell you about the exam, but I'll leave it to you by saying this. I'm in the process of teaching yet one more person who has no idea what project management is, has never been a project manager in his life, but he will take this exam and earn his PMP. So I'm only saying that to you to say that there is half of this is knowing the knowledge and using it for your organization, because you're going to hold this credential and you're going to be a project manager, and that's what they're going to expect. So there is that, right? In his role, he's not going to be a PM. He's not just a PMP. Is just going to look better for him, as a grant writer. That's what he does. He writes grants, and grants are projects. And so having a PMP is going to help him write grants, right? So in that essence, the part about knowing project management that you need to know doesn't really apply to him. But understanding how to take this exam and how to pass it and how to answer the questions, that's what's important. So if you follow the stuff that I'm giving you, like for sure, you're going to be just fine.
Okay. Awesome.
I won't say any other, I won't get any deeper than that. It's about the deepest I'll get. All right.
Oh man.
So yeah, I mean, it's just, there's just, it's because you're going to actually be a project manager, and I'm supposed to be, I myself am beholden to the ethics of project management. Right? You hold the PMP, right? There's certain things you can't say. So once you get the credential, then I can go give you all the other stuff. Okay. Elsa has just been hired as a new project manager at Radar Comet, a satellite broadcasting company. As part of her interview, she was asked if she had any familiarity with organizational systems. Her manager, Anna, knew Elsa would need to become familiar with the organizational systems at Radar Comet to effectively plan and achieve organizational objectives. Now that Elsa's been hired, she wants to talk to the person or team responsible for developing the organizational systems at Radar Connect. Ideally, who would that be? So let's see. As a project manager, Elsa is responsible. Since organization systems are developed by management, Elsa should probably start. Since organization systems are developed for each project by the project team members, Elsa should start. Since organizational systems are designed by all stakeholders, Elsa will need to talk to her coworkers. Well, since I have 2, 3, and 4 all say since organizational systems are developed, well, at least 2 and 3, and 4, then I need to prove or disprove 1. So 1 says, as a project manager, Elsa is responsible for developing the organizational systems she will use. And we know that that's not true. We know that those are OPAs and the PMs aren't responsible for that. Like that comes from the organization, it's what we use. So we can throw 1 out. And now I get to 2, 3, and 4, and I see organizational systems are developed by management. Organizational systems are developed for each project by the project team members. Organizational systems are designed by all stakeholders. I'm going to throw 4 out because I know all PMI stays away from those, sort of hard and fast terms, right? So there's no all stakeholders. No, can you name a project where all stakeholders had a key in what was going on? Doesn't exist, right? The end users at the companies that you guys are implementing your software on are actually bigger stakeholders than the people that are buying it, right? But they will not, I wouldn't say never, but more than likely, most companies, they don't get a say as to who's going to be the vendor of choice and what it should look like, right? That's an organizational piece. So we throw that out. And just by thinking about that, that helps you to pick number 2, because that means that those systems will never be developed by the team themselves. They will come from management. They will come from the directors, from the, somebody within the organization that has signatory power. They're going to develop those systems. And Elsa should probably start talking to her own manager, Anna, to figure that out, right? She doesn't want to start talking to the team members, and she doesn't want to start talking to the other members assigned to her first project, because they may give her bad info. They may give her info that's project specific and not organizational specific, right? That's not who she wants to go to. She wants to go to her manager, but that's not why the answer is 2. The reason why the answer is 2 is because since organizational systems are developed by management, right? Not for each project by the project team members. Because if that's the case, then at your company, some people would use Jira, some people would use version 1, some people would use Rally, some people would use Trello, some people would use Asana. Everybody would have their own organizational systems for each project and the project team members. While there are some companies that do that, that system of allowing you to do that was still developed by management, so to speak. So, that's how you can kind of look at that one. Oh, we're coming to the end. Erica's management is applying the 10% solution. It has requested that she reduce the budget for the project, which she is currently initiating, by 10%. What will this probably mean for her project? A 10% reduction in budget will be accompanied by a loss of performance. If the project budget is an honest one, then a reduction in budget must be accompanied by a trade-off in either time or performance. Most projects have padded estimates. If the budget is cut by 10%, then the project will have an accompanying degradation by 10%. Okay, so I can throw out 3. Most projects have padded estimates. Says who and from where and when. That's arbitrary. I throw that out. Okay. I'm almost inclined to throw out 2 because it used the word honest. And in business, no business is honest. All businesses are moral. They're not immoral. They're just amoral. It's about making money. But I know I can throw out 3. And now let's look at 1 and 2. A 10% reduction in budget will be accompanied by a loss of performance, much less than the target reduction in cost. There's no way to measure that. That's, we can't say that that's true or not, right? That a 10% reduction in budget, you could have a project with a $2 million budget and it only costs $1.5 million to do. And so they're going to reduce it by 10%. That's $200,000. You still have 1.8 to do a $1.5 million project. So, that's not going to be accompanied by loss in performance. I mean, we have to hire, less talented people or use machines and materials that aren't of the same quality. And number 4, if the budget is cut by 10%, then the project will have an accompanied degradation of quality by 10%. Well, says who? If you don't have enough money to do all of the deliverables, there's no reason why the deliverables that you did do, you weren't able to account in the cost of quality in your estimates and make sure that those products would not have an accompanying degradation. So I'm not going to have a quality degradation by 10%. I'm just going to deliver 10% less. I can throw that one out and then default to 2. But at 2 says, if the project budget is an honest one, then a reduction in budget must be accompanied by a trade-off in either time or performance. And in this case, performance meaning scope, the completion of scope. So that goes back to your triple constraints. If you're going to cut 10% of the money, then we got to figure out how we're going to make that back up, either with time or with a reduction of scope. All right. You can't change one thing without changing the other 2. It just doesn't happen. You have recently made the final delivery of your software project to the customer. Before making a release, you ensured that thorough testing was done and project scope was verified. After a week of taking delivery, the customer shows his dissatisfaction with the release and says the product doesn't support a critical functionality. He asks you to add this feature immediately. What should you do? Understand the customer requirement and estimate the additional time and resource required to complete it. Communicate the same to the customer. Discuss the customer feedback with senior management and seek their advice on the matter. Analyze the in-house process of testing and scope verification to determine the root cause of the problem. Ignore the customer and proceed with the project closure activity. Well, Let's see. Doing the project scope was verified. You ensured thorough testing within the project scope was verified. After a week of taking delivery, dissatisfaction. Yeah, I mean, if you got this thing, if we've already given it to you and it's been a week, yeah, I mean, I don't like the word ignore. Understand that, yeah, time and resource to complete it. The answer from I feel like I don't like the choices here. I get the impression that the answer from PMI would be it would be something closer to number one. It would be something closer to understand the customer requirement and estimate the additional time and resource required to complete it and submit the change request to the customer. Like that's likely what PMI would have as the answer, because if the customer wants something else, then why not give them an opportunity to pay for it? What did you choose here? This is number 996. Chose the
3.
Analyze the in-house process of testing scope to determine the root cause of the problem. That's not a bad choice either. This is a tough question, and I don't agree with the answer. So, but in terms of answering it, because it said scope was verified, right, and they took delivery, well, then in that case, you have to continue on with closing out your project. There's nothing else that you can do unless they're going to issue a change request or start a new project.
I see. Ignoring is harsh, though.
Right. That's why I don't like that. PMI would not have, when I say they stay away from hard and fast terms, they would never have an answer that says ignore the customer unless it was a wrong one, unless it was like all the following except which are satisfactory responses to this scenario.
Yeah.
Okay, then that would be it. So. Okay, Robert is a new project manager in your organization, is ready to enter into a contract with the buyer for a supply of ball bearings, but is unsure of the type of contract he should select. Which type of contract represents the highest risk to the seller? This is just one that you have to memorize.
Yeah.
Fixed price contracts are the most risky to the seller. And specifically in order, there's firm fixed price, there's fixed price plus incentive fee, there's fixed price with economic price adjustment. So FPIF, FPEPA, and then the first one, firm fixed price, is FFP. Firm fixed price is the most risky, because if you're my vendor to paint this room and ask you to paint this room, and when you're done, I'm like, I wanted sand color. And you're like, this is sand color. I'm like, no, this isn't sand. This is off-white, or this is beach color, or something crazy. Well, you're not going to get paid until you do the work. At least with an incentive fee, there's KPIs that are objectively written within to the contract. And so I know if I do this, I'll get my performance incentive, regardless of what you say or not, because the contract states it. All right. And with economic price adjustment, I have an opportunity at some interval every year to be able to adjust costs. Now, the cost could go against me, but the cost could work for me. And since we don't know what the economics will be, we just use that. All right. So in this case, fixed price, firm fixed price, most risky.
Okay.
You are not happy with the performance of a team member. In this context, what type of communication will you use to relay your concerns to the concerned team member? And then B, if the performance of the team member does not improve even after voicing your concern, what form of communication would you use to convey the information to senior management? So it's a two-part question. What do you do to say something to the team member? Should be informal and should be oral, right? Your only two options would have been A, would have been choice 1 or 4. All right, because the first thing you need to do is have a verbal conversation. And then if you're going to write something to management, it needs to be formally written. So you could have eliminated by saying, okay, senior management, formal written, I can eliminate A. And then formal written for B is for all of those. And then I have informal written, formal written, or informal oral. And you would say, well, I probably need to speak to this person. And then you would eliminate choice 2 and 3. So, by the way, PMI says that face-to-face communication is the most effective and efficient method of delivery, face-to-face. Okay. So that's why the answers will always be sort of oral, because they want you to figure out a way to be face-to-face with somebody.
Got it.
Oh, my camera sure did come out. That's what happened. Hold on, let me plug this back in. Okay. So yeah, so informal oral, formal written would be the answer there.
Okay. I think that was the last one.
Oh my gosh, we just went through all of them. Okay. So how do you feel? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about the next one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I want to take it soon, but I should probably take a break.
Well, I'll tell you what, being that we had a time, we fell back in time, and I'm already pegging you as like a high performer, like someone that like when you're into something, this is what you want to do. You have, another 7-8 hours before it's the end of the night. If you feel like, the exam only took you 3:17 and you probably could do it again in 3. If you feel like, you know what, I want to do 3 hours or 2 90-minute sessions, do it. Don't fight the feeling today. If you want to do a 100 question exam or another one right now to see if you can solidify, or in the next few hours, do it.
Okay.
I would take tomorrow off. I would probably take 2 days off for you because we've been doing this over the course of 2 weeks and not 4 days. I would like it. I mean, I wish today was Friday and then you could take tomorrow and Sunday off. But today being Sunday, maybe take Monday or Tuesday off. And
actually, I am off from work tomorrow. So it works. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Then just take 1 day off. Since you're off from work, then you're good. If you just take the full day off, you're still going to think about it. Your mind's going to churn, but you don't need to look at anything or read anything. The studies show that once you give yourself a break and then come back to it, you'll actually learn more than you would have otherwise. So take your break tomorrow and then just jump back into it on Tuesday. Start reading your binder, reading your notes, I should say, because that's what you have. You have your notes. Read your notes, and then take a practice exam next Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, sounds good.
And then after that, depending on how you do, you can likely just continue to read your binder and then take another practice exam. Or if you feel like the data that you have combined with what you have now, like the one that you just took, that's showing you where you're scoring in each area, if you feel like that's accurate enough, you're consistent, then just go ahead and read those sections of the PMBOK. And then the following weekend, you take 2 practice exams and you're likely ready. So literally 7 days from now, right, you will have 5 practice exams under your belt. Not 7 days. Not 7 days, 14 days. Well, let me see. Because you'll have next Saturday and Sunday. And then 2 weeks from now, you'll have probably 5 practice exams under your belt if you do it that way. Okay. Practice exam next weekend to the following weekend. And that should be enough. That should be enough for you. If you do it in this targeted fashion, right? Because that's my whole goal. Like, no one should ever take 14 practice exams ever again in the history of man. All right. So that's kind of the idea. So along the way, as you're going, keep in contact with me. Shoot me emails if you have questions about questions. Take a screenshot or something and send it to me. We can correspond if you feel like you need to have a session. I haven't had any students for a while because of Corona, and then we had a whole class that transferred to like the November class. So I haven't been doing any tutoring sessions. So if you feel like you need that, that's usually Fridays at noon. Shoot me an email and we can do that. We're in the same time zone, so that works. And beyond that, I looked at your paragraph. Your paragraph was good. I could see how you clearly have a holding on the PMI language in terms of like writing it. That was exactly what it needed to be. But I thought it was a little long, and I was looking at it on my phone, and I couldn't do a character count. So do a character count. Make sure it's 550, including the spaces.
So I entered the description in my actual application, and it did a count here. Let me just. Anyways, I can't find it, but it said it was like under, but it looked like they count words instead of characters. So that's why I expanded on it. So it was like so.
Let me see that.
So long.
They are, because if it's your paragraph looked perfect. It looked a little long, but I mean the way it was written was perfect, and I couldn't imagine. But let me go to your. Let me go to your email.
Here, I have a count on my screen.
Yeah, tell me what it is.
So this is 250 words. At first I counted characters because I thought it was characters.
Yes,
But
what's your character
no.
count?
$17.06.
Yeah, okay. Do me a favor, pull up your PMI, copy that cell, copy E2, and then paste that into your application in PMI, and it accepted it.
At first it was too short, so I expanded on it.
Okay, yeah, put it in. I it's 550 characters, including spaces, not 550 words. Now for the PGMP, it's 500 words, but you know, let's see. Look at PMI, realizing the shift from men to women and putting a nice young woman, a nice minority young woman. I see
Yes,
them. I
love
see
it.
them working. Okay. Yep. Professional for our next. Either way. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here's a summary. Okay.
Wait, what?
Project management.
Wait, not here.
That's fine. That's your professional summary. Not there. Keep going. It's going to be in your like project certification. Go. Okay.
Oh wait,
still.
this is not my application.
Yeah, that's your profile. So go
Yeah.
to certifications on the left, or yeah, their certification types, and then the PMP, first one. And then your application. So go to my PMI. Okay, might be in orders then. Application. Oh, there it goes. Continue working on your application. Okay, there we go. Yep, right there. So that experience, is that the same one you have now?
Yeah.
Oh, they have changed it.
Yeah.
250 to 500 words. I wonder when that changed. How late am I on this? This is new, Karin. This is 100% new.
Okay.
I just don't know how long this has been going on. But okay, you're at 250, so you're good. Okay. You don't have to get to 500 words.
Okay. I was like, what else can I say? It just sounds like I'm saying the same thing.
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
So let's read it real quick. Just to make sure I have it, which is the objective was to onboard an agency client and their full book of business, integrating their existing solution with Marin software. Okay, there goes the objective. Met with key stakeholders from the agency and their solution partners for in-person site during project scoping phase. The only thing I don't like, you didn't discuss, did you initiate this project? You putting any hours for initiation in here? You don't have to. Not every project needs to go through all 5 process groups, just the sum total of your experience.
Yeah, I identified stakeholders, so I can add that.
Yeah, you can add that, because all you really need to do is make sure that if you're reporting hours in all 5 process groups, make sure that some of your activities are in the process groups. Yep. So identifying key stakeholders. There you go. And then created a responsibility assignment matrix. That's in planning. Collect the requirements. That's in planning. Develop the comprehensive project management plan. Great. Manage communications. Now we're in execution. Create a shared team folders. Is manage knowledge. I collaborate internal initiative, regular ensure quality assurance. It's execution, deploy bug fixes. Right. I collect work performance data and applied rolling wave planning, completing integrations of varying complexities, followed by controlled schedules. I participate in postmortem review and documented lessons learned. Deliverables are accepted once cost and revenue data reported on Marin software was within the 0.5 plus minus 5% variance when compared to the customer's third-party tracking system. Criteria is met for all items. That, I mean, there's nothing else to say. There's nothing else to say. I would save that and I would write all my other paragraphs very much like that. I developed a comprehensive project management, which included project tracking for all 20 accounts. Yeah, that's fine because those aren't each individual project, so it doesn't sound like a program here. So this is good, and I would, find 2 more of these where your experience was what, 15 of 36 months just from this one project.
No. So I'm still collecting that stuff because it's hard. Like I don't remember the time, so I have to like go back and look for more. And a lot of them are just like a few months long. So
Well, you get to go back 8 years, so you get to go back all the way to 2012 and use the projects with the longest duration. Therefore, you're submitting the least amount of projects.
okay. Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be like, and I see that on your thing now, 14 to 16, 13, 13, right? It does not have to be, 2020, 2019, 2018. It can be anything from 2012 and up.
Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of them. It's just a matter of collecting all the information. It's time consuming.
And again, actually, you had September to November, so you don't have to be that specific. You just have to try to remember the month, and sometimes even that's hard. But that's pretty much the gist of it. And then here's your template.
Okay, cool.
So that looks good. I would say just before you submit and you have all of your paragraphs, send them to me so I can look at them.
Okay, awesome. Are you gonna send a study guide or something, or is that in PM?
No, nope, it's not.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you now. And then I'll also put it in the portal too, but I haven't loaded up any new stuff in there. So Karen, guess. So let's reply. Man, let's put the PMP study plan. There's a few things I want to give you. I want to give you some of those drawings. So here's the study plan. I want to give you the smoothing in what's the other one? Leveling, smoothing. John blank. Leveling, smoothing. Where is it? Okay, maybe I called it resource optimization. Where is it? In my second hard drive. Here you go. PMP pics, PMP content, folder. Okay, so here's validate scope. Let's give this one to you. And then where is here's the check sheet. Here's the data becomes information, becomes a report. And here's the resource optimization. So let's see, make sure I have everything in there. Okay. So here's flow deliverables, represent that, the check sheet. Yep. And then the study guide is there. Okay. Here you go.
Thanks so much.
Before I'll just stay on to make sure you got that before I get off, and then.
Okay.
Any last
got all the attachments.
Questions, comments?
I don't think so. I'll definitely reach out though if something comes up.
Okay. I have a big ask from you.
Sure.
When you have a moment, will you please do me 2 favors. I need 2. Can you do 2? I know a lot of people ask for 1. I'm asking for 2.
Okay.
Without even knowing what it is. Can you just say yes?
Yeah.
No, never say yes if you don't know what it is. Okay, here's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for your recommendation for your testimonial. I'm asking for a video testimonial. If you can put the phone to your face and say, I hated CJ's class, it sucked, this and that, or CJ's class was good, it taught me X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
And then whatever you say, if you can type up a little synopsis on Yelp.
Awesome. Yeah, no problem at all. I could do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, whatever you need, let me know. We got to make sure you get certified. I'm going to reach out to your friend now because I haven't reached out to her yet. And
Oh wait, I don't think I
that,
gave you her email address.
oh yeah, because I think you gave me
Yeah,
a name, but not that.
just a name. Okay, I'll get that and send it over to you.
Okay. If anything, maybe you do an introduction so she knows when I email her, it's not random.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that.
All right, Karin, do your thing. And stay connected with me until you pass, even after you pass, but for sure until you pass. Whatever you need, let me know. Don't hesitate. Text, call, email, whatever it may be. I'm available. I ain't going anywhere.
Okay.
It's Corona.
Awesome. Thank you so much, CJ. I appreciate everything. This was so super useful. Thank you.
Good. All right. I'm happy to hear it. So thank
All
you.
right.
Make me proud.
I will. I'll definitely keep you posted on everything.
Excellent.
All right.
All right.
Have a good
Enjoy
one.
your baby.
Thank you. You too.
I
Take
will.
care.
We'll roll around with him right now.
Okay. Bye.